Welcome, everybody. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you today on this, where we are, very, very sunny day. So it's a very good sign. Welcome to a new feminist novel, Popular Narratives and the Pleasures of Reading. We've got a couple of minutes for introductions at the beginning, and I have the really amazing job of saying thank you. And you're going to have to bear with me because I have an almost A4 list of thank yous to say, but it's really important to get everybody in on the list. And I will repeat this at the end, so I will bookend the conference with the list of thank yous. But the first big thank you goes to all the panelists, because we've been working on this conference for more than 2 years now, and pandemic happened, and then we are finally here after 2.5 years, and it's so lovely to see everybody join us this morning. So thank you very much to all the panelists and everybody who was sort of with us there whilst we were emailing about abstracts and cancelling and postponing and going on Zoom and all of that. And thank you so much for everybody who's registered as well. We've got a really long list of registrations, and we'll see people coming in and out. So thanks so much, because it is a commitment to come to 2 days. So thank you so much. Also, thank you very much to all the chairs, because I know that we've emailed people separately, and I will name them actually, so not to embarrass everybody, but just to really say thank you so much to Chris, Emily, Milena, Marie-Lise, Serena, and Godela. And then two big thank yous to our special keynotes, Dr. Serena Todesco, who we've got here with us this morning, and we're going to listen to her amazing paper later today, and to the French author who we're going to welcome tomorrow, which is Agnès Martin-Lugand. So you'll see her tomorrow at lunchtime. And I really also want to thank her team, because they have been excellent. So the publishing house, Michel Lafon, they've really provided us with loads of materials to kind of prep for today, especially her sort of foreign rights publicist was Honorine Dupuis d'Anjac. She was great. You'll see Rosie Eyre, who's been doing the translations, and some of the translations were specially commissioned for this conference. So she'll do a reading from her latest novel, and the translations of that were especially commissioned for this event. We'll have an interpreter tomorrow, Matilde Buergo, and she's great. So you'll hear her in your headphones if you're selecting English. And I have to thank my two students, because I've sort of roped them in to read the English translations, and that's Gia Aurora and Nadia Guerra. And they are students who I've also roped them into the French Reading Club. So I really have to say thank you for them, because I feel that I've roped them in to do many things. I have to say a massive thank you to Kathy Collins from the IMLR. She's on this call as well. The amount of emails that we've been sending her to and fro was, so thank you very much, Kathy. We could not do this without you. And we're going to have to say a very big thank you to Godela and Shirley from the Center for Contemporary Women's Writing, because we went to them with this idea, and they supported us 2.5 years ago, and here we are doing it. And last but not least, the Casal Endowment Fund, because we couldn't do it without their money. So that's my list of thank yous. I really hope I haven't missed anybody, but if I have, you will hear this tomorrow as well. I will now pass on to Adalgisa to give you an intro to kind of how all of this came together. But before I pass on to Adalgisa, I'll pass on to Godela. That's the plan.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Well, and welcome, very big welcome from me as well, on behalf of the IMLR and especially the Center for Contemporary Women's Writing. Of course, you have left someone out, Sandra, I'm sorry to say, and that is, of course, Sandra and Adalgisa. You deserve a huge thank you for putting this together. Your organization has been amazing. It has been creative. It has been professional, and you've put together. We can see the program. You've put together something amazing there. I just wanted to say what I think the program reflects is really very much the ethos of the center and of the IMLR more generally. We are very interested in, very concerned to open up our research, open up the conversation, to go beyond single language research, to make the languages talk to each other, and also to get rid of the divide between highbrow and popular, between academic and world out there. So I think very much this is reflected in your program, and I'm really delighted to see it. So what a wonderful topic, the popular novel. You'll see the range and possibilities of the genre over the 2 days. And I think you'll also see the freedom and the capacity of this genre to transport all kinds of content, and in this way reaching, larger audiences. So very excited to see this unroll and to listen to your talks. And I wish you great conversations and wonderful discussions.
Thank you so much, Gavalda. That means a lot to us. And I've put the link to the centre in the chat box so that everybody can have a look at what other events are going on. And if they would like to get involved and, organise something, there's loads of information there on the pages. And now I will pass on to Adalgisa to give you the introduction to what we want to do today.
Good morning and welcome from me as well. My name is Adalgisa Giorgio from the University of Bath, and I'm also on the steering committee of the Center for the Study of Contemporary Women's Writing, and I'm very proud of having been on it since the center was founded. You'll see from what I'm going to say that the center is very important to this conference in other ways than they have already been mentioned. I have organized the conference together with Sandra, and following on from Sandra's acknowledgements, I have to say, I will say a few words about the genesis of the conference, and I will start with thanking Sandra for coming up with the initial idea of an afternoon symposium on women's presence as authors and characters in the popular novel today. Our collaboration between Sandra and myself started as soon as Sandra joined the department in Bath. We soon discovered that we had strong affinities in our interest as well as personal ones. And these affinities found expression in 3 symposia that we organized and held in Bath in 2017, 18, and 2020, just before the pandemic struck. When we organized the first event, we were in the middle of the global success of Elena Ferrante's Neapolitan novels. And so we decided to invite Tiziana De Rogatis from the University of Siena, who was at the time writing the first monograph on Ferrante, to speak at our symposium. Her paper dealt with the rewritings of myth, and also the presence of metafictions in Ferrante's My Brilliant Friend cycle. Sandra also spoke at that symposium, and she spoke about autobiographical projections and readerly challenges in Giulia Kristeva and Marie Darrieussecq. These 2 papers actually, kind of gave us the imprint for this conference. In the following symposium in 2018, I also spoke about Ferrante, and Sandra was completely under fire from me all the time. We had never-ending discussions on what made Ferrante's work and the work of other contemporary writers so appealing to such a large readership across the world. And we were thinking of the recent popularity of a number of novels centered on women in different countries, not only Elena Ferrante's work, but also precisely Agnès Martin-Lugand, Tatiana de Ronay in France, Rosa Montero in Spain, Margaret Atwood in Canada and across the world, Madeline Miller's rewriting of mythological characters, and others. What finally, however, gave us the instruments to articulate and shape our topic was the 10th anniversary event of the Center for the Study of Contemporary Women's Writing in November 2019. The event was dedicated to its first director, Professor Jill Rai, and was accordingly entitled Contemporary Women's Writing, Writing and/or Reading for Change, in honor of Jill's 2001 seminal book, Reading for Change, Interactions Between Text and Identity in Contemporary French Women's Writing. Sandra and I were among the speakers at that conference, at that event, and we both wrote our papers with Jill's work in mind. but also, in my own case, with Ferrante and with Italian feminism. My own paper compared female alliances as performed by Ferrante's two friends, the protagonists of the books, with those practiced among colleagues of the center over the course of 10 years of working together at the center. Diana Holmes' keynote speech at that same event brought together Gill's work, her own work on women's middle-brow fiction in France, with Gill's work on reading for change. And these two aspects gave us the parameters for this conference. These parameters can be or were articulated initially in the following questions. Is there a new type of popular novel by women? What makes it capable of attracting such large readerships, and especially women? Can reading for pleasure change the lives of its readers? Can this novel have a political impact? We then elaborated a number of research questions and points, bullet points, which became part of our call for papers, but they all stemmed from these initial questions. I will not go through those research questions and points of our call for paper because we are going to explore them all during the course of these 2 days. Our call for papers was very well received, and in fact, we received enough offers to hold a 2-day conference. And in fact, we got even more, but with the COVID and the delay, some of our colleagues who had offered papers could not any longer participate. But we are very happy with what we have, and it's more than we expected. So I will stop now, and I just want, before we start, to wish us all 2 enjoyable days together talking about literature. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. And I think that's the best days, 2 enjoyable days talking about literature. That sounds like the best plan for me. Just before I hand over to Chris for the first panel, which will open the conference, just a couple of sort of what is it that we call them, sort of housekeeping rules. So the session, most of the sessions will be recorded, so you can keep your cameras on, but if you don't want to be recorded whilst other people are presenting, then just turn your camera off, and then it would be lovely if you can turn it back on when we have the Q&A, but obviously you're not forced to, some people might be in a library or in a busy place. If you don't want to, that's really much up to you. If you want to ask questions, you can do that by lifting virtual hand or normal actual hand, and the chair will sort of pick the questions. You can also write them in the chat, or you can, once you've lifted your whichever hand it is, virtual or otherwise, you unmute yourself and then you ask the question. You can also chat to other participants if you want to send direct messages. If you want to send a message to everybody, so in the main chat, just make sure that it says to everybody. So that's, I think we've done this so much now in the last 2.5 years that we've probably know Zoom. But if somebody is on mute and they're supposed to be talking, I will tell them, please unmute yourself, or vice versa. Obviously, if you leave it on and there's like building works which are happening here, for example, then we can also mute you, but we might tell you to mute yourself. And I think that brings us to 9:15. And with Adalgisa's wishes, I will hand over to Chris for the first panel.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, good. I'm from Adelaide in Australia, so that's the reason I'm asking. But yeah, so welcome to the conference, a new feminist novel. I'm honoured to be the first chair of the first panel, which is about popular historical fiction. And I don't need to do very much because Sandra's done most of it for me in terms of the housekeeping rules. I will just note that each speaker will speak for 15 to 20 minutes and we'll hold questions until the end. And if you want to remain anonymous for some reason and wish to ask a question, then you can write to me individually and I can read out your question and without saying your name. But I'm not sure if that's going to be necessary. But okay, so without further ado, what I'm going to do is just present the panelists. I probably should say my name is Chris Hogarth and I am a senior lecturer of French and Literary Studies at the University of South Australia. And I've been here for over 10 years now. I'm about to move back to the UK, in fact, which is fun. But okay, I'm going to present our first speaker, who is Leanne Bibby, who is from the University of Teesside. And she's a senior lecturer in English studies there. Her main research interests are contemporary historical fiction, the relationships between literary writing and historical narratives, and feminist literary and intellectual history. She is the author, exciting, of A.S. Byatt's Fictions, Histories, Myths, and the co-editor with Gina Whisker and Heidi Yindley of Legacies and Lifespans in Contemporary Women's Writing, both of which are under contracts with Palgrave Macmillan. And okay, I think she can tell us the topic today is a brittle sense of history, contemporary women's historical novels. Pleased to hear from you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Sandra, for managing my PowerPoint, and thank you for having me. So this paper is about, obviously, women's historical fictions, specifically from the 21st century. Now, as we know, this is a category of writing which, for all its recent critical acclaim and rich feminist literary history, is still, I think, marginalised as more popular and less literary, less worthy of critical attention. And there are a lot of sexist assumptions there to unpack, too many for one paper. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to argue here that these selected novels by A.S. Byatt, Kate Atkinson, and Nadifa Mohammed, three popular and critically respected authors, engage with the profoundly feminist, popular, and literary roots of this category in, I think, important ways. And in doing so, they achieve an important political and ethical reassertion of the real historical past. I'm going to argue basically that there is a relationship between writing and the real historical past, which is gone but was still there. And I mean that beyond postmodernist fears of the impossibility of representing the past. I will argue that by reading these novels' recognition of the brittleness, as I call it, of historical knowledge, it's there, but it's fragile, got to be careful with it. This brittleness recognises the reality as well as the representativeness of history in ways that I think feminist scholarship should be attentive to, and I certainly intend to be in my next book. Next slide, please. Thank you. So a look at some of the many recent historical bestsellers by women. I found the image on the slide here from a quick Google search. We see that more often than not, these are critically highly regarded as well as being well read. And they all in some way indicate this long-standing focus on the women of history and myth, and therefore implicitly and explicitly on the provisionality of historical knowledge. It's both there and it's somehow mysterious as well. And in doing so, these women's novels suggest the paradox at the heart of self-aware contemporary historical fiction. That idea that fiction can lay claim, as Linda Hutchins said, to historical figures, but also indicate its own fictionality. But I wonder, looking at some of these novels and the novels I'm going to talk about today, whether that is as much of a paradox as we've been led to believe. And when I say paradox, I am alluding to theorist Linda Hutchins' ideas in her 1988 book, A Poetics of Postmodernism. Next slide, please. So Hutchins argued that, quote, the postmodern then effects two simultaneous moves. It reinstalls historical context as significant and even determining, but in doing so, it problematizes the entire notion of historical knowledge. This is another of the paradoxes that characterize all postmodern discourses today. And Hutchins also theorized historiographic metafictions, as she called them, as, quote, those well-known and popular novels which are both intensely self-reflexive and yet paradoxically also lay claim to historical events and personages. And she acknowledged the potential political feminist power of this. Now, Hutcheon includes in her list of these historiographic metafictions John Fowles's pioneering neo-Victorian novel, The French Lieutenant's Woman, and Salman Rushdie's fantastical reimagining of the consequences of the partition of India, Midnight's Children, among those texts. And she does include some women, but I think that feminist scholarship has picked up more examples of this in important ways. Next slide, please. So I wrote my monograph, which is coming out in September, on A.S. Byatt, who is one of this generation of novelists who uses history in self-aware ways and who laid the groundwork for a lot of these recent bestsellers we've seen. Now, in her 1990 neo-Victorian bestseller, Possession, which I think is part of that generation of novels Hutcheon was talking about, this is what Byatt says about that novel. Possession plays serious games with the variety of possible forms of narrating the past. The detective story, the biography, the medieval verse romance, the modern romantic novel, and Hawthorne's fantastical historical romance with a capital R in between. The campus novel, the Victorian third-person narration, the epistolary novel, the forged manuscript novel, and the primitive fairy tale of the three women, filtered through Freud's account of the theme in his paper on the three caskets. Oh, so I'm fascinated by that phrase she used, serious games. And the description of the serious games, those serious intellectual historiographic games that fiction can play, I wonder whether they're games at all, really. I think that they indicate a more complex project in Possession than mere postmodernist self-reflexivity. There's more than play going on here. And this is a project that Byatt continued in her 2009 novel, The Children's Book, that I'm going to talk about a bit later. This latter novel is both a lavishly detailed historical family saga. It's big, there's loads of characters, it's emotional, it's detailed. And it freely mixes public and private worlds in the way that women's historical novels always have. But it is also a metafictional meditation on the ethics of fiction itself, its rights and wrongs. It questions within itself what should historical fiction do, leaving aside what it can do. Crucially, it asserts the role of storytelling in establishing and legitimizing historical knowledge, especially when it comes to women's lives. So the novel moves from the sort of private spaces of this big family home, and there's a huge family called the Wellwoods, who are artists and intellectuals, but all is not what it seems. We see the sort of private spaces and the real relationships behind the public ones. And from there, the novel goes to trace important events in women's history in Europe at that time. Next slide, please. So the contradiction between fiction and knowledge, which is not really a contradiction, as we know from theorists of culture and late capitalism. But that sense of contradiction is the point, as is the blurring between so-called popular and literary forms. And again, I think this is a necessary ethical thing, as feminist scholarship has long suggested. Paradox, hybridity, a blurring of the popular and literary are crucial, as is a resulting unease around historical fiction's literary and political significance. The unease lays the groundwork for thinking about possible change. And Diana Wallace, indeed, has argued in a number of times, but in the snippet that I quoted there on the slide, where she says, historical fiction has always been a hybrid form, mixing two elements which seem diametrically opposed, fact and fiction, reality and romance, truth and lies. And because of this, it has attracted a great deal of criticism, but a great deal of devoted and emotional and effective reading as well. In that vein as well, Alison Light, as so many feminist scholars do, looks back to her own consumption of historical fiction and what that has to do with knowledge, as she says here in her book, Inside History. In a passionate and immediate sense, these popular novels were a popular history. Where did my knowledge of unofficial history come from, if not from historical novels, film and TV? Glenda Jackson as Elizabeth R., The Six Wives of Henry VIII. Catherine Hepburn in The Lion in Winter, as well as innumerable BBC children's serials on Sunday tea time were a staple fare. And she goes on to reminisce about keeping a copy of Charles I's execution warrant after a family visit to Carisbrooke Castle and how that felt ghoulish somehow. But I think actually it has a lot to do with what we get from reading about the past in an important way, we get to access it somehow. Next slide, please. So A.S. Byatt was of that same generation that enjoyed popular historical fiction long before it was taken seriously critically. She writes affectionately of Georgette Heyer's novels in an essay entitled The Honourable Escape, published in the 90s, and her career as a writer was gathering pace when the ideas underpinning Linda Hutchins' theory of historiographic metafiction were taking shape. The children's book certainly bears out Hutchins' ideas about the paradoxes of this kind of writing, both fictional and historiographic, but is noticeably cautious about the supposed pessimism underpinning postmodernism. The novel follows the sprawling artistic Wellwood family from 1895 up until the First World War, and as the family welcome a homeless child at the beginning of the book. The sister of the matriarch, Olive Wellwood, who is loosely based on Edith Nesbit, tells the boy, "You mustn't mind my sister, she's a storyteller. She's making up stories for you. I don't mean lies, I mean stories. It's her way. She's fitting you in. We have our beliefs about what the world should be, and some of us have experience like yours of what it shouldn't be." That's because Olive Wellwood writes a storybook for each of her children, and those storybooks, in some eerie ways, overlap with their real lives in some tragic ways as well. Next slide. Thank you. In its recreation of the Victorian novel, balancing dense realism with ironic self-awareness, Byatt's writing seems to contemplate a version of Mark Fisher's, quote, slow cancellation of the future in a late capitalist culture, while also resisting that sense of a lost future through the novel's humane, I'd argue, ethical contemplation of the real, the material real, the emotional real. And here's what Mark Fisher says about that repetitive culture in the in late capitalism. Quote, rather than the old recoiling from the new in fear and incomprehension, those whose expectations were formed in an earlier era are more likely to be startled by the sheer persistence of recognizable forms. Now, Fisher was describing popular music there, but the notion of a lack of future shocks in an art haunted by the past can be applied, I think, to Byatt's neo-Victorian repurposing of the doorstopper novel, the fairy story, and at the chilling end of the book, war poetry. But her metafictional representation of these forms, representation, I should say, do not haunt in the way Fisher says. However, they reach out from an almost tangible past, accessible partly through those written artifacts. So historical fiction has a history within it that is real in important ways, even though it is papery, it is provisional, it is brittle, I would say. However, its realness is insisted on constantly. Next slide, please. Now, what I mean by a brittle sense of history then is a consequence of what Hayden White theorized as the practical past in his 2014 book. And that's a view of historical narrative as created by individuals' practical actions. It's non-professional, it's widespread, and it's separate from the professional discipline of history. Literature plays a key part in the practical past as part of the discourse documenting the past. And White is very careful about what he says here about culture, but he does insist on its importance. And this is what he says. What is the practical past? The concept comes from some of the late writings of the political philosopher Michael Oakeshott, and it refers to the notions of the past, which all of us carry around with in our daily lives, and use as strategies for solving all the practical problems, from personal affairs to grand political programs, met with in whatever we conceive to be our present situation. The practical past is also the past of repressed memory, dream, and desire, as much as it is of problem-solving, strategy, and tactics of living, both personal and communal. So this is it's an important ethical, practical use of the past in a nutshell. Next slide, please. For our purposes, the practical past here also has a crucially ethical function. And White goes on to say, we call upon the practical past of memory, dream, fantasy, experience, and imagination when confronted with the question, what ought I or we to do? The historical past cannot help us here, because most it can tell us is what people in other times, places and circumstances did in their situation at that time and place. Now, as well as drawing on the philosophy of Michael Oakeshott, something really important that White does is he draws at the end of the first chapter of his book on the writings of Toni Morrison, the novelist, in her 1994 preface to Beloved, her landmark novel about slavery. And he theorizes here this idea, using Morrison's writings there, of a poetical past, a poetical historical figure and event. Next slide, please. So White says this about the ethical version, the ethical functions of Morrison's writing in that novel. The question for Toni Morrison at that time was how to use the fact of Margaret Garner, the slave who escaped and killed her child, rather than see the child grow up in slavery. That was the basis of Beloved. For insight into the ethical issues with which a Black woman in her situation and in her time had been confronted, she proceeds to draw a distinction between the historical Margaret Garner and what I would wish to call the poetical Margaret Garner, by which I mean the flesh and blood woman who was capable of the kind of tragic actions ascribed only to the archetypal figures of myth and art. Next slide, please. White goes on to explain the necessity of inventing a historical figure's thoughts, words, and actions, as Morrison did in her fictionalization of Margaret Garner's unimaginable but true story, but also contemplates the possibility of a fiction that is not in conflict with the documented historical past. He says, what kind of fiction, a fiction that is in no way at odds with the known facts, would that be? This, White suggests, will be an ethical literary practice in two ways: by confronting the historical reality of events, and also by performing ethical choices. What should I do? What should I do in writing itself? Now, if we return to Morrison's own words in her preface to the 1994 edition of Beloved, we can contemplate that kind of framework for reading historical fiction as an ethical form for feminist purposes. And she says there that she would invent Garner's thoughts, plumb them for a subtext that was historically true in essence, but not strictly factual. And that she describes this in this chilling but very moving image of the dead child coming out of literally out of the past and standing there, because, as she says, quote, the terrain, slavery, was formidable and pathless. To invite readers into that repellent landscape was to pitch a tent in a cemetery inhabited by highly vocal ghosts. Next slide, please. So historical fiction in which the past is real and vital, and in which the stakes are ethically extremely high, in fiction is fiction in which history is brittle. It is real, tangible, and can be recreated, including the poetical versions of real people. It's not without risk, but it ethically should be done. Kate Atkinson's 2019 novel Transcription is deceptively cynical in the way it does this. It repurposes the spy novel form to tell the story of a young woman recruited by MI5 to spy on Nazi sympathizers in Britain. But in doing so, it asserts history's pastness, but also its temporal, practical, and ethical closeness to the contemporary. And it does this, for example, by starting the novel in 1981 non-linearly and describing the last thoughts of the character after she's hit by a car on an important day in history when, as it says on the slide here, down the road, a virgin sacrifice is being prepared to satisfy the need for pomp and circumstance. And we know what poetical individual that refers to. And there are other examples of that. When the impact of war is described, as it says on the slide, the horror was not over, it was all yet to come. On the heels of Dunkirk, the Battle of Britain took place above the summer fields of Kent, and within weeks the Blitz had begun. Fictional characters' grisly deaths are overcome by that greater slaughter. So historical reality is fragile, it is past, but it is still there, and it is something necessary and contemporary still, rather than a tired haunting of Victorian realism. The narration there actually is strongly reminiscent of the end of the children's book, where the child characters from the start of the novel have become old enough to fight and die in the First World War, which apparently Byatt didn't realise when she started planning the book. That kind of happened to the characters organically, it seemed. And at the end of the novel, it mixes very clearly with historically documented fact in a quite organic way, I would say. Next slide, please. So this humane ideal of the real past asserted through brittle histories in fiction is confirmed most strikingly of all recently, I'd argue, in Nadifa Mohammed's 2021 novel, The Fortune Men, which reasserts the poetical story of the real wrongful execution of Mahmoud Matan, a British Somali former merchant seaman who was hanged in 1952 for the murder of a shopkeeper, Lily Volpert, but he was later exonerated and his family compensated in the 2000s. Mohammed's novel evokes the dual focus of women's historical fiction on the private and the public in such a way that their ethical interdependence is underscored. And we see that in one of the final paragraphs of the novel, where Matan is in his cell contemplating his death, and he says, I stand and claim my innocence, so they have to finish me to protect themselves. Their lies and evil end with me. And to me, that's very much like Morrison's description of the poetic individual whose words should ethically be invented. So in conclusion, these contemporary historical women's fictions, far from being haunted by past forms in the way cultural theorists of late capitalism describe, make striking assertions of their practical and ethical capacities to represent the real pasts of those marginalised for their gender, race, and social class. Furthermore, this is an important current direction, I think, for feminist scholarship. Given the history of women's historical fictions in all their forms and categories, it seems clear that they have played and do play a crucial role in formulating an ethical practice of writing about and contending with the most painful historical pasts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leanne. And I think I'm right, Sandra, in saying we're going to leave questions until the end. Is that correct? Right, okay. Well, after that great beginning, congratulations on the great beginning. I'll take us without any further ado to our next paper by Megan Hennessy, she's Dr. Megan Hennessy, is a senior lecturer in media, culture and communication at Bournemouth University. And her research looks at narratives around politics, identity, and female experience found in literature, TV, and film. And today the title of her paper is A Place of Women, Herstory, and Female Agency, and Kieran Millward Hargrave's The Mercies, and A.K. Blakemore's The Manningtree Witches. Over to you, Megan.
Thanks a lot, Chris, and thank you for having me here today. Just before I start, I've got the attack of hay fever, so if I sniff and cough my way through this, I apologise now, but I'm trying my best. So yeah, as Chris just said, I'm talking today about these two novels. So The Mercies and The Manningtree Witches both came out in the last couple of years, so they're very recent novels. So to start, there can be no doubt that there's been a developing trend over a number of years for female writers to imagine stories and myths of the past through their literature. Margaret Atwood's The Penelopiad, Ali Smith's Girl Meet Boy, Madeline Miller's Circe all return to the myths of ancient Greece and Rome to reapproach millennia-old stories from a female perspective. Writers such as Sarah Waters and Kate Moss have written historical fiction which places the female figure front and centre, often with characters created to fill a noticeable gap from recorded history, such as Nan Astley's experience as a lesbian in Tip in the Velvet's Victorian London. We've even seen this rewriting of history in Carol Ann Duffy's poetry collection, The World's Wife, where women sidelined from history, myth and fairy tale are given a voice. As Catherine Cooper and Emma Short have noted, the female figure in history is becoming increasingly visible. Previously obscured, she's now palpable, multidimensional and undeniably present. These examples all fit under what Anne Hellman and Mark Llewellyn have described as a transformation in the genre of historical fiction by contemporary female writers, from escapist romantic tales to postmodern conceptualizations of the past. They define these types of text as metafiction and metahistory, referencing Patricia Waugh's definition of metafiction as breaking down the distinctions between creation and criticism and merging them into concepts of interpretation and deconstruction. They add the term metahistory to explain that these texts are in themselves part of a process of critique. Their authors seek through the very act of writing to deconstruct and reinterpret aspects of the historical process which have previously silenced or been close to their female subjects. The two novels being discussed by this presentation, The Mercies by Kieran Millward Hargrave from 2020 and The Manningtree Witches from 2021 by A.K. Blakemore, are recent additions to this catalogue of critically self-aware historical fiction. Both novels reimagine the lives and experiences of women caught up in events which took place during the 17th century European witch trials. The Mercies is set on the Norwegian island of Vardø, bookended by the dates of two real and traumatic events: a storm which killed 40 fishermen on Christmas Eve in 1617 and left a small society of women struggling to survive with no men, and the witch trials which followed in 1621. The Manningtree Witches is set in the small English town of Manningtree, Essex in 1643, where again the society is predominantly female due to the ongoing civil war, and women become the primary targets of accusations of witchcraft. In both of these novels, these female-centric societies may not thrive without their men, but they adapt and they survive. In both, it is the arrival of a puritanical man of authority which begins the culture of accusations and punishment. In Manningtree, it's Matthew Hopkins, a real man who became the self-appointed Witchfinder General in 1645. And in Vardø, it's Absalom Cornet, a fictionalised character who is an instrument of the real lensman of Finnmark, John Cunningham, who oversaw the trials. Millward Hargrave and Blakemore have both articulated that their novels are not just escapist tales, but critical engagements with forgotten voices and stories from the past. They use the same phrase in reflecting on their writing, sharing a wish that they've done justice to the real women that their novels depict. They take different approaches to the representation of the women themselves. Millward Hargrave has created amalgams of the victims' names due to concern that her fictionalised narratives might debase their memory, while Blakemore has used the names of real people as well as fictionalised characters in her novel. But both have spoken of the value of the recorded words from these women of the past in the creation of their characters. Blakemore calls the accounts of the trials invaluable in giving insight to the women who would have otherwise gone voiceless or else been muted by victimhood, while Millward Hargrave states that the translated booklet of the Vardø women's words that she kept next to her while writing acted as a constant reminder of the gravity of what happened, an impetus to approach the story with respect and rigour. Both writers have also linked the critical debates found in their novels with issues in the present. So they've aligned their stories' themes with wider concerns of colonialism and racism. Blakemore observes in her afterword that witch hunts are not a relic of the past in many parts of the world, and she recommends a list of further reading on the topic of the fact that these trials were exported by us to countries dealing with the brutal legacy of colonialism. Millward Hargrave has discussed her depictions of the indigenous Sami people population in her novel, The Wind-Weaving Noadi Men who were burned alongside the white women of the church. She sees this as a prescient reminder in a time of fear-mongering and othering rife in the media and politics, that any society that divides itself into us and them is a dangerous one. Both writers note that even after 400 years, these accounts feel alive. As Millward Hargrave observes, there is much to recognise in these stories. As well as discussing the historical underpinning and critical themes of these novels, Millward Hargrave and Blakemore have both considered their stories in relation to other women's fiction and how other works have influenced their approach. Blakemore has discussed in an interview that she didn't want to fall into the traps that she'd seen in female-led historical fiction, where the female characters are either constructed as heroines or martyrs, or to make them worth writing about, or as a way of compensating for the inevitable ending a lot of them will face in a novel about witch trials. Rather, she argues, the textures of their lives and the way that they thought is hopefully interesting enough on its own. She also wanted to avoid the tendency of witch trial narratives to slide towards torture porn, becoming a catalogue of horrible things being done to a purely reactive female body, by building female characters who felt believable and full. Millward Hargrave has also discussed female fiction and her relation to it. She's aligned her work with historical novels of similar themes, noting that while she wrote The Mercy, she repeatedly referred to Alias Grace by Margaret Atwood and Burial Rites by Hannah Kent, which became the touchstones for her novel. And you can see the links there as well when you read this novel. In doing this, she cements her novel as part of a wider canon of critical, even feminist, contemporary women's historical writing. This introduction has so far established that these novels can be seen as forms of meta-history due to the critically self-aware approach that the authors have taken in their depiction of the past. The aim of the rest of this presentation is to explore how the novels themselves act as records of herstory, through their depiction of the lives and experiences of women from history at a time of persecution. It will consider how the novels play with concepts of storytelling and language in an effort to remind us that these historic events were recorded by men of letters, not the illiterate women of the village. So the Mercies and the Manningtree Witches can both be classed as examples of herstory, because to use Sonia Andermeyer and Sylvia Pellicer-Ortin's definition, they challenge official versions of patriarchal history by bearing witness to and speaking out about female traumatic experience. Julia Tefantuk has defined her history as an example of the little narrative which emerged in the late 20th century after Jean-Francois Lyotard expressed his distrust in grand narratives as official history. She distinguishes between history, the official accounts of wars, conquests and achievements, and herstory, a parallel course of obscure existence, reproduction and nurturing, to argue that recorded history has been instrumental in shaping the feminine identity. There are numerous official documents historically which have recorded the events depicted in these novels, and some of them are referred to within the novels. So contemporary accounts including the discovery of witches by Matthew Hopkins, a confirmation and discovery of witchcraft by John Stern, and the testimonies, confessions and examinations from the Essex witch trial underpin the Manningtree witches, and they're quoted within the text as well. We've got translated court records of the Finnmark witch trials by Liv Helen Williamson, an academic who's dedicated a whole life to talking about this, and this underpins the Mercies. These novels, these little narratives which record the lives, loves and flaws of women, allow us to see past these official, legal, documented histories of the time into a world and everyday experiences of rural women from the past. From early on in the Mercies, language is used as a way to link and to separate, to build and to break trust between characters. The women of Vardo are illiterate, and the novel uses this fact to play with the concepts of female-centric storytelling and oral language, exploring the way that the storm which opens the novel becomes embedded in the collective memory of the village by the women's retelling of the story through many tongues until its rough, difficult edges are worn smooth as sea glass. They tell it the same way, down to a snap of the fingers to denote the speed that the storm hit. Yet this agreed telling adapts and morphs over time until it's used against them in the witch trials later, where women are accused of conjuring the storm to drown the men on purpose. The women's storytelling is both positive and negative. It allows them to process their grief and share stories of their past, but also slides into gossip and lies at moments of panic, when their talk becomes full of omens and embellishments, their words like links that they can hang fact upon, tightening with each telling. Even the words used against the women during the trial are described as a litany of such absurdity that reads like a list of women's gossip. So it's been noted and written down by the men, and yet it carries on being the voice of the women that really comes through. The women's language evolves as their behaviours change following the death of the men of their village. They begin doing men's work, chopping wood, skinning deer, and going out in the fishing boats. And as they become more confident with this behaviour, they drift away from the kirk, the church of the village, and Pastor Kurtzen's words of warning. We are told that the pastor preaches sermons of growing intensity on the merits of obeying the kirk, but the women lose interest. They adopt some of the Sami ways of communicating, such as carving runes on the door frames and placing rune rocks on the grave, along with remembrances and charms. These later become indicators of witchcraft for Absalom Cornet, who is physically repelled by them. But as the protagonists of the novel, Absalom's wife Ursa and a local woman Maren, begin to fall in love, these runes become a symbol of that love, as Maren stitches 2 small runes for protection and care into the sleeve of Ursa's coat, like messages scrawled in invisible ink. The runes are an example of language transcending barriers in a place where multiculturalism was once allowed to thrive. Maren recalls that these symbols from childhood, indicating that they were used in recent times as a form of normality, but it's the ever-growing Puritanism of the church which stops this interplay of language between the Sami and the Norwegian people. In contrast to the women's storytelling, the male characters are defined in this novel by the written word. Before we meet Absalom Cornet, he's introduced in epistolary form through letters written between him and the lensman of Finnmark and Vardahus. The move from third-person subjective narration of domestic scenes of childbirth to the formal letters about witchcraft trials and the lensman's concerns of the barbaric Lapp population with their magics and weather sorcery mixing freely with the whites is deliberately incongruent and acts as a warning for the reader of what's to come. There's also this difference in the language. People that live near the Sami people call them Sami. People that don't know them call them Lap, and that's seen to be a derogatory term. So we've got this change in language as well with local and sort of national vernacular. The written word is used to represent the control that the male characters hold over the female characters in this novel. When Pastor Kurtzen first tells the women that a commissioner will be coming to live among them, he reads it from a letter with a seal so heavy that it bends the parchment almost in full. Absalom withholds letters from his wife's family, and knowing that she can't read them herself, he torments her with the idea that they may contain bad news, only to admit that the contents confirm all is well and contain small, petty domestic details which bore him, but which she's desperate to hear about. After he's given in to her begging and reads her one of the letters, he reaches for her, causing her to flinch, and in retaliation to her response, he throws the letters in the fire before she can stop him. He offers to write a response to the family on her behalf while he kisses her softly, making her skin crawl and indicating that there is a silent condition to his offer. The power that language, in particular the written word, can hold is regularly juxtaposed in Absalom and Ursa's relationship with sexual control. He physically overpowers her in the same way that he uses language to control her. The only power that she has over him in return is her ability to speak Norwegian when he cannot, but he forbids her from speaking it with other people in his presence, stating that a man should understand what his wife is saying. Absalom is from Scotland, so he's moved over and married a Norwegian woman and then taken her up north with him. In the Manningtree Witches, language is used to differentiate between the classes. The very illiterate mass with fewer teeth than fingers are contrasted with the educated men such as Master John Eads, a clerk who spends long nights sat in front of dusty account books and pitiless columns of figures, the scratching of a lone quill by candlelight, and Matthew Hopkins, who is associated with his book, The Discovery of Witches, which is quoted throughout. His personal vindication is what it's described as. As with the Mercies, many of the women in Manningtree are simple, illiterate folk, but the ones that can read are associated with gossipy and sensational pamphlets, true stories of people escaping arrest, tales of witches passed around the inns and ordinaries, and sad tales of young women gone mad, which become moral tracts in a grubby pamphlet bought at the yard of St. Paul's in London and read aloud to the thrill of Essex virgins by a travelling messenger. But the protagonist, Rebecca, is different to these women. She meets with Master Eads once a week for the learning of her letters. She learns to read the gospel and understand its lessons, to sign her name, to perform basic arithmetic. There is a complication in the fact that Rebecca's desire to read comes from a crush on Master Eads himself, rather than a desire for the freedom or power that language provides. And it later turns out that his philanthropic acts of educating Rebecca has its own payment in the form of sexual encounters in the woods, which he later presents as evidence of her ability to bewitch, so kind of throws her under the bus with that one. When Rebecca announces during her confession to witchcraft that she knows of the commandments and her letters, the justices are surprised, calling it a sad prognostic of the consequences attendant on female literacy. She does not wish to confess, but is encouraged to by her co-accused mother in order to save herself from the scaffold. In her act of confessing, she must undo everything that she's learnt in her religious education. She tells a story, one which echoes the sensationalist pamphlet so popular in her town, Having to Lie to Survive. As with the women in the Mercies, the young women of Manningtree also play with language outside of the realms of Christian rule. Rebecca and her friend Judith, early in the novel, perform divination one night through drawing with charcoal or blindfolded in order to see the characteristics of future lovers, an act described as just on the edge of what might be permitted, a superstitious business. They know the danger as they play this game. They understand how knowledge, language and power are entwined to such an extent that if they're caught doing this, they'll be in trouble with the religious leaders of the town. And yet it is in part this rebellion which brings them the excitement and agency. In both novels, there is a balance between a sense of respectful sisterhood and one of gossipy backstabbing. In both instances, as happened in real life, women turn on each other and accuse their neighbours, relatives, friends of witchcraft. The novels both play with generational mistrust also. Maren in The Mercies is broken when she hears her mother accuse her friend Kirsten of being a witch along with other women loyal to the church and cannot forgive her for the act. In The Manningtree Witches, it is the daughter who accuses her mother of witchcraft in order to save herself. This narrative is interesting in that we know that this act actually happened. Rebecca West survived because she blamed the Beldam West, her mother, for drawing her into witchcraft. But in the novel, it is the Beldam who convinces her daughter to do this. She argues that there is a greater dignity in being a villain than a victim and that her daughter should live. For Marin's mother, the grief and trauma experienced at the start of the novel with the death of her son and her husband sends her down a slow path of growing bitterness and hatred. But for Rebecca's mother, it's the opposite. She begins the novel as a drunk and a pest to the village, but her love for her daughter ends up becoming more apparent as the novel goes on. Both of these relationships are displayed in harsh, realistic and flawed forms, creating women who are three-dimensional in their imperfection, and the same can be said for the tertiary characters who add dramatic flow to the narratives through their rebellious acts, whether those are deemed by the contemporary reader to be good, such as donning trousers and butchering a deer to help survive, or bad, such as accusing friends of witchcraft. A strange term which occurs at the end of both novels is how the male antagonist is dealt with, how a conclusion is drawn on the suffering inflicted on the women who are murdered and the ones who survived. In both novels, the male antagonists, Absalom Cornet and Matthew Hopkins, are killed by the female protagonists. Cornet is beaten over the head when he finds his wife Ursula with her lover Marin and puts two and two together, and Hopkins is smothered with a pillow by Rebecca as he slowly dies of consumption. In both cases, this ending creates a sense of catharsis in that the women who we have followed in their passivity throughout the novels manage to bow out with a final act of rage-driven agency. And it also allows the novels to end on a sense of hope, as these women walk off into an unknown future that at least holds the possibility of happiness and peace. So to conclude, I would argue that these examples of herstory, these little narratives that flesh out a part of history that's previously relied on very limited accounts, give the reader an opportunity to engage with a time in a visceral and effective way. The trauma that's displayed in these novels is not simply linked to the horror of the witch trials and the executions themselves, although neither writer holds back on describing these acts of murder, but it is the insidious fear, the questioning, the insecurity that the women feel in being honest about their desires and their hopes, what they want to do with their lives, which permeates each novel. Andemar and Pellicer-Ortin argue that contemporary literature has become increasingly interested in the potential of trauma narratives to disclose silenced accounts of history, experiment with the ways in which trauma can be represented, and attempt to deal with these experiences of human suffering. And I would argue that both of these novels attempt to engage with this process of exploring these moments of historical trauma in order to come to terms with them, and to give voice, hope and agency to the women who became a statistic of state-sanctioned violence due to being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Megan. And we'll have any questions also for this presenter, and we'll look forward to asking them at the end. So the final speaker on this panel is Ursula Anderash, and she is, excuse me, she's a PhD student at the Babeș-Bolyai University in Romania. She has a BA in German and Slavic Studies from this university, awarded in 2013, and an MA from Phipps University in Marburg, awarded in 2015. Her research interests include comparative literature and women's writing. She's taught in foreign language centers in Mexico and Hungary, and since 2012 has translated poetry, short stories, essays, and journalistic texts from German, Romania, English, and Spanish into Hungarian. She completed a creative writing course and attended translation workshops also. Currently, she's working on her thesis about novels written by female authors from Romania, processed in the period of communist dictatorship. And these are writers like Herta Müller, Elena Lega, and Andrea Tompa, who she'll be presenting on today. Okay, over to you, Andrea. Ursula, sorry.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Just a second. Yes. Can you see my presentation now? Yeah, okay, great. So good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I think all of us have been waiting so long for this conference, so I'm really glad to be here now. And I'm also glad to have the opportunity to talk about one of my favorite novels, which is The Hangman's House by Andrea Tompa. And while presenting this novel, I will focus on two main topics. The first one is already mentioned in the title of my presentation. So I will present this novel as an intersectional and feminist reading of Transylvanian history. And the second topic I would like to talk about is the pleasures of reading, which is present in the title of our conference, because I think we all love to read. So it's a great opportunity to talk about pleasure. And I was very drawn to this approach of the conference as pleasures of reading. I will start my presentation with photo credits because I have used a lot of photographs in my presentation. And this is my invitation to a little time travel. So I hope these photographs will bring to you a little bit the atmosphere of the 1980s Eastern Europe. And I have these pictures from these two archives, asopan.ro and fortepan.hu, which gather the personal photographs of many people. So you can just upload your family's photographs. It's a personal approach of documenting history. So all pictures are from these archives, unless mentioned below the pictures. Yeah, the author I'm talking about is Andrea Tompa. She is one of the most successful Hungarian contemporary authors. And what I mean by that is that she has published 4 books so far, and each of them have been re-edited in the meantime. For example, The Hangman's House, which was first published in 2010, is already at its 6th edition. And she has been awarded very many prestigious prizes, not only in Hungary, but also abroad. She was born in Cluj, in Transylvania, Romania, in 1971. And before she started fiction, she was well known for her academic career in theater studies. And currently, she is a professor in this field here in Cluj, but she lives in Budapest. Here I brought to you some pictures, so some covers of her books in Hungarian, and below the pictures I put an English translation of the titles, so you can have an image of what she writes about. And her works focus on history, specifically Transylvanian history. She is well known for the very profound research she conducts for each of her novels. And she writes about minorities' experience since she herself comes from the Hungarian minority from Romania. And language and identity are really crucial topics in her work. And the texture of the language in each of her books is really sensual. So you feel this language. And this is why I really admire the people who translate her books, because it's not an easy job at all. And now I come to The Hangman's House, which was her first novel, as I have mentioned, published in 2010. Here I brought the picture of the original and also the covers of the Polish translation by Anna Butrym and the English translation by Bernard Adams. I consider The Hangman's House a feminist coming-of-age story because the main character is a teenage girl, referred to as the girl throughout the novel, so there's no name mentioned. And as she looks towards her future and builds up her identity, her plans, so this gaze to the future is parallel with the gaze towards the past, as she immerses into the past of her family, the past of her community, in order to understand and become aware of history. And the main plot is set in the 1980s, but through these immersions into history, it becomes a whole panorama of the whole 20th century Transylvania. And why I consider The Hangman's House an intersectional reading of history is because it focuses on the experience of minorities. As I have already mentioned, the ethnic minority, so the Hungarian minority from Romania, but as well religious minorities such as the local Jewish community. And by my minority, I also mean groups which are less visible in the public space, such as old people. This is why I brought this beautiful portrait of an old lady, because I think we have a lot to learn from old people, yet they are not so present in popular fiction or in films, so around us as models. And the heterogeneous identity of the characters, so because they come from this multicultural environment of Transylvania, is mirrored by the language in which the book is written, because it uses a lot of dialects, but also social acts, mixes of languages. So the Hungarian text is seasoned by some Romanian words or Hebrew words and so on. And why I consider The Hangman's House a feminist reading of history or a feminist novel is simply because of the fact that it makes women's experiences visible. And one of the aspects of women's experiences is reproductive work, traditionally associated with the realm of women. And I think it is a great ado of the novel that instead of focusing on iconic narratives of history, it presents the emotions and the activities of everyday life. And in order to illustrate that, I will bring some examples of those simple objects, everyday objects that structure the story. For instance, clothing items. I would like to share a short excerpt from the chapter Men's Shirts. So I think the title of the chapter is already very suggestive. And it goes like this. And after the incident with the Yellow Shankars, she declared, "I'm not ironing any more men's shirts." So the scene refers to a conflict between the girl's mother and father. And this is one of the many moments when the mother decides not to have anything to do with men anymore. And here are two clothing items mentioned in this scene. So first, the Yellow Shankars. Well, what an Ushanka is, I brought this cute picture of the children. You can see on the left side, they are wearing these specific hats which cover your ears. So that's an Ushanka. And for the men's shirts, I brought the other picture on the right side, which is like just drying laundry in a typical Eastern European neighborhood. And I find it really beautiful how the novel, the text, makes these everyday objects glow, and they also become symbols throughout the novel, which guide the reader to the understanding of history. Another thing about clothing items is the uniform. So these teenage girls, as all pupils in communist Romania, has to wear a uniform at school. And I brought this picture to illustrate how many different ways there are to wear the same uniform, because uniform is supposed to make people look all the same. But as you observe the details, these girls have really creative ways to express themselves, even if they are obliged to wear the same clothes. And another example from the novel is the chapter called Shakespeare Dress, where the girl goes to her grandmother, who's a seamstress, and asks her to make a real Elizabethan age dress. And she goes to theater with that and watches Hamlet, but also observes what other people are wearing. And since there was an economic crisis in Romania in the 1980s, not many people could afford fashionable clothes, but they made them themselves instead. So a simple thing like clothing, such a banal thing like clothing, becomes in the novel an expression of creativity and sensitivity. A similar thing applies to food, because as you may know, there was a great scarcity of food in the 1980s in Romania. On the left side picture, you can see some people staying in a huge queue for basic items of food, which were rationalized by the time. And this scarcity is in great contrast in the novel with the abundance of the language and imagination. So the girl and her sister and her mother invent recipes and give funny names to these improvised dishes in order to survive this scarcity with the power of imagination. Another important topic in the novel is the restriction of reproductive rights. I think it is a very present topic nowadays. As you may know, between the 1960s and until 1989, all forms of contraception as well as abortion were forbidden in Romania, and the brutal restriction of reproductive rights costed the life of 10,000 women who had no option but backstreet abortions if they didn't want to bear a child. And this is why sexuality became a very traumatic experience for many people, and the female body became an unsafe space because the state or the dictatorship penetrated its boundaries. And here I brought an extract from the novel called A Chinese Towel, and the chapter is called A Chinese Towel because the girl's sister goes through an abortion at home, and at the end, her mother wraps the fetus into a Chinese towel and throws it to the litter bin. And here I will read this quotation. By the time that the occupants had got in, the empty bin was absolutely full. New rubbish began to pile up, just as before, around the Ross's skip. Everything could begin again from the beginning, and there was never an end to the unwanted birth and those who, nevertheless, were born. So I think you can feel this really painful and powerful image of how the body's boundaries are dissolved and people become just flesh or rubbish because of these restrictions of reproductive rights. Well, on a happier note, I would like to talk a little bit about the representation of gender roles and transgenerational patterns in the novel. I think this will be a present topic in our conference. I'm specifically thinking of Elena Ferrante, whose novel is going to be presented later this afternoon. And of course, being a family novel and a historical novel, The Hangman's House deals with the transgenerational patterns or transgenerational trauma that is transmitted from the parents to the children. But I would like to highlight that in this novel, each new life or each new generation is a hope, is a new chance to rewrite those family stories, to become aware of the patterns and overcome trauma. So there are many characters who I consider cycle breakers in the novel. As you have made sense, as I read the quotation about the illegal abortion, there are many other scenes as well in the novel, which deal with experiences below language. So experiences which are really hard to to articulate in words. And this is like one of the best things of this novel, I think, that it makes you feel those experiences. It makes you feel those emotions, not by telling them explicitly, but by suggesting them. And the novel also offers many interesting strategies of releasing trauma. For instance, trauma gets released through movement, through the body. One of the heaviest trauma the girl carries is the death of her father. And at some point in the novel, she goes to a lake where she used to take walks with her father and starts to run around her lake with all her forces until exhaustion. And I think it is a very powerful example of how trauma can get released through movement, because as we have made experience in our own lives, a relaxed body cannot hold trauma. And now I'm coming to the other topic, the pleasures of reading, because I had a great pleasure reading this novel. And yeah, I was trying just to figure out why it was so pleasurable. And one of the sources of pleasure is the tension between repression and expression. So the novel was published 20 years after the fall of the communist dictatorship. And you can really sense how many emotions or many topics which were taboo or which needed to be held back just burst out to the surface of the text. And to illustrate this, I would only like to mention the rhythm of the text. So each chapter in this novel is one sentence. So you can imagine how much power the flow of the text has and how it also is really like a whirlpool. So it takes the reader with itself to participate in this outburst of emotions. And the girl, so the main character, also engages in many creative activities, such as playing theater or writing. And the freedom of creation is really one of the greatest pleasures to her. And although the novel deals with a lot of trauma, personal as well as historical trauma, all the time it keeps expressing the joy of life, to keep expressing humor. And one of the reasons why this is happening is because the main character is a teenage girl, so she's full with the hope and enthusiasm of youth. And this is why the novel expresses unstoppable growth and optimism. I brought a picture of plants. So this picture really resembles my balcony and my neighborhood. So I can really resonate with this aspect of the novel. And yeah, this is to illustrate a scene where the girl writes about her grandmother, who grows a lot of houseplants and takes care of them and puts the fallen leaves into water so that they have roots and spread across the whole apartment. And this is a powerful symbol in the novel of this unstoppable joy of life. And the last thing why I consider that, as well as the writing, as well as the reading of this novel is very pleasurable, is the female agency and empowerment. I think this topic will be with us throughout the conference. I'm specifically thinking of Madeline Miller's novel, which is going to be presented, I think, tomorrow in the afternoon. So because there as well the main character, and here the girl gains her freedom through telling her own story and gaining ownership of her own story, taking it into her own hands, is actually the means of overcoming trauma. And I would like to end with a quotation from the novel, which is from the chapter at the Tiermans. Well, what a Tierman is, it is a man, he is a man whom the girl meets at a fair. He has a tent with a sign on it which says selling tears. So the girl becomes very curious and enters the tent. And inside, the man just sits with her in silence. And this is what he tells the girl. Tell the story that you've come with to yourself in your head. Tell it as if you were speaking aloud, and meanwhile look at me. But say the words inwardly, choose them carefully, don't let your thoughts drift, pick a point and make for that. Speak to yourself in whole sentences, and in that way tell the story you've brought, was the man's instruction, and the girl swallowed and began. So this is what I wish to you for the 2 days of our conference, and as well as for our future, so that we become able to tell our stories and be free and creative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ursula. That was great. Okay, well, that caps off the 3 presentations, which are all quite different and rich in their own ways. And so I'm going to open the floor for questions from the participants, or comments, or whatever you wish. Go ahead. I think, is it Marie-Louise Pauli?
That's right, Marie-Louise. Well, hello, everybody. Well, thanks a lot to the 3 panelists. I'd like to start with a question for Ursula, or Orsolia. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Just Orsi for the short, Orsi. Yeah.
Orsi, right. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation on an author that I hadn't even heard about. So now I'm eager to read her novels. I have a question about the reading experience and readership. Is there a generation gap between readers who were born after the fall of the Ceausescu regime and those who were born before, like Tompa herself? I think you said she was born in 1971, is that right? So, I mean, in Romania, is there this gap between readers who experienced the Ceausescu regime and those who didn't?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a very interesting question, and this is the question which motivated me to make a research on this topic, because I was born after the fall of the regime, but I'm actually curious what happened before me. I'm again referring to Elena Ferrante, where I think where Lila refers to the things that were before. How fascinating that is, and yeah. It really fascinates me and interests me because I didn't have the direct experience, but I think it really influences our everyday life even now, because many of the traumas or many of the experiences which took place then are not processed yet, and it really influences the everyday life. And I think I'm not the only one. I would like to refer to a photographer of my generation. I think she is my age, Beda Kincső Hilda, who makes photographs, like making scenes of the dictatorship, like rearranging some spaces or making portraits of people who have lived the regime. So it's very present in us, I think, in my generation, to explore the past we haven't lived, and it's not talked about that. So I feel it's really not processed, and that's why I try to bridge this generational gap.
Thank you very much. If I may perhaps go on with an additional question, which is still on the readership gap there may be between the Hungarian so-called minority and the Romanian-speaking population. Is there also a difference in terms of reception? and perhaps also of circulation of literature regarding those themes, especially of the fate of women and of the Romanian orphans?
Well, I think there is some kind of gap. For instance, I speak both languages, both Romanian and Hungarian. I can read the novels which are published into Romanian, but that doesn't work the other way around. So I talked to the author. I talked to Andrea Tompa about this, and this novel is not yet translated into Romanian, and I consider this just.
Oh, it's not. Oh, I see.
No, you see, it's translated into Polish, into English, and not to Romanian. And I always try to figure out why this is happening. So that's one thing. And to the other thing, I think the topics of processing this era in literature, there are very many parallels or resonances. So there are a lot of Romanian novels dealing with the restriction of reproductive lives, the experience of women, as well as generally the dictatorship. So we could have a dialogue if we just wanted. Yeah.
I see.
And as regarding to the orphans, well, I think that topic is more present in real life than in fiction. So I have recently discovered there is a museum in Romania which is called Museum of Abandonment. And it's actually a sort of a Facebook group for people who grew up as orphans, maybe abroad, so taken abroad from Romania, from Romanian orphanages, and try to find their family now. So it is a trauma yet to be processed in literature because it's a very sensitive topic, heavily loaded with trauma. And so I hope there will be books that help people overcome this experience.
Thank you very much. Is this museum in Bucharest, or do you know where it is?
I think it's like an online project.
Oh, it's an online project. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Do we have other questions or comments from the audience? Okay, Claudia Bernardi.
Hello. Hello from New Zealand. I have a question for all three speakers. I've really enjoyed all three of your talks. Thank you very much. And it's about, I'm asking you this as an expert on historical fiction by women, whether as well as giving voice to women's experience and rewriting history from a woman's perspective, in the projects of especially the newest writers, the contemporary or established writers, but writing in the 21st century, there is also they write historical fiction as a way to comment not only on the past and the legacy of the past, but also to comment on the present, especially the present of women. This is something that I am aware is very important for contemporary Italian women writers who might write about the past, but as a way, for example, to comment also on the issues faced by women or minorities or by men in the years of Berlusconi or of the years where the populist right is undermining women's rights. And so the past as a way to comment and critique the historical present. So it's for all three of you.
I'll go first if that's okay. Yeah, I think I'm obsessed with that question. Actually, it's almost a cliche, isn't it? That historical fictions are much more about the time they're published in than they're written in than the time they represent. But I'm really interested in that question of what they say about the present, because nostalgia is so much part of these populist movements that look to a past that never was. And I think that historical fiction is a really important ethical reassertion of, no, this is the past wasn't necessarily what you think it was. It's a really, really good question. That's what I'd say. It's why I want to keep researching this topic personally.
I'll just add to that. I'm in agreement with what you've both said. I think it's fascinating how looking at history can give us more of an understanding of what's going on in the present. And I mean, this has been written about as long as people have been writing about historical fiction. You know, there's always been the fact that it's very difficult to separate the writer from their contemporary environment. And I think this debate's gone into the other mediums as well now. So when we think of The Handmaid's Tale, the TV versions of it, and how that really started a debate, and you had women going out and protesting the new abortion laws in America, dressed in the Handmaid's Tale costumes. And I think there's a lot of interplay there between the idea of past, present, in that case, dystopian futures that are, you know, strangely now very much present in America, especially. And I think with these novels that I talked about, the witch novels, what was really fascinating is we have so much of this. I mean, I hear it on such a regular basis now in politics, this term witch hunt. You know, this idea that people are being witch hunted, and Donald Trump used it a lot when he was in power. And it's when you actually look at the gore and the disgusting nature of what it was to be actually hunted as a witch, it's kind of quite strange to think that we even think of using that term now. It's very odd for me. It's in a similar way to the way that people seem now in the vernacular to use the term Holocaust as if it's some kind of comparative element, when obviously it's horrific in so many ways. So yeah, I find that fascinating as well. And I think that's definitely such an important part of historical fiction, really thinking about what it says about the time. And as we start to read historical novels that were written in the 70s and the 80s, what's interesting is we can start to think about how those novels represented the history they were writing about, but also the time they were written in. And when they're critical, it's also thinking about the critical voices that were happening at the time. So it's fascinating. There's a whole realm of discussion to be had, I think, there.
Yes, if I can also say something, I think I agree with both Leanne and Megan, but I would like to just to say an example on historical fiction, present and past, or the relationship between the three. As I have told you, The Hangman's House has been translated into Polish, and then I just looked through some magazines, what is the Polish reception of this book? And while the Hungarian readers or the Romanian readers see this as the past, so for example, the restriction of reproductive rights, oh, that is our past, we don't care about that. Polish people were shocked by reading a novel which is about their present. So there were lines in a review. Does this sound familiar to you? And yeah, it's really shocking how past becomes the present and present becomes the past when viewed from different angles. So yeah, this was very suggestive for me when I read that review.
Thank you, Claudia, for the question, and thanks for the responses. Do we have other questions, comments? Okay, Serena, Todesco?
If Adalgisa wants to go first, it's fine, because I saw that we raised hands at the same time.
You go first, Serena.
I was fascinated. Thank you so much. These papers were wonderful, and I've been taking notes furiously, so I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I've also dealt with historical fiction in Italian context, so that what you three said really resonated in much of my past and present work. Three things that possibly shared by your presentations. One is the visual quality of your analysis, and the fact that almost Orsi's paper especially resonated in the fact that photo text was used as a methodology of analysis. And this, I think, is very much present in alternative, so to speak, ways of dealing with women's history, and how women's history can become alternate also in a way that it expands sensorial and immersive ways of reading testimonies and witnesses from non-historiographical past. And about Leanne's and Megan's papers, I particularly found illuminating the historiography, the treatment of historiographical sources and how they've been rewritten and actually reinterpreted. Because I remember Hayden White's polemical with Carlo Ginzburg about the narrative versus non-narrative approach to history. But I think that what came out was your, Leanne's especially horizontal signification of how history can be reinterpreted and how actually the plurality of voices stands out as a way of dealing with trauma. And of course, trauma was an element in Megan's and Orsi's paper as well. And my question for you is it present and detectable from the direct reader's responses, this immersive, this sensorial approach to the text, this, for example, social media responses to the text that you all analyze? Because we are critics, and of course we read a lot of different things, but I'm wondering whether there is a more popular reaction and more popular consequence on how these papers were received. Of course, Ursula, as you already answered about the different generations' reactions, but I was wondering whether social media can play a key role in bringing out this different approach to historical fiction by women. Thank you so much.
I can certainly, it's a really, really interesting question, because thinking about the way I work, I keep coming back to the visualness of popular culture and the way that is a sensory link we always still have to the past. We can still look at art and artifacts. But certainly in the case of social media and the response to Nadifa Mohammed's The Fortune Men, I was very struck straight away by the way that the visual, the historiographical treatment of tributes to Mahmoud Matan started straight away. A review of the book would carry pictures of him and his family, and in a really a moving way is all I can say. It's really imprecise, but there was straight away that link with the reality of this case and this tragedy. And the tragedy of the murder as well, that he was wrongly convicted of. So I've not thought about it in any depth, but I like the way you say about the horizontal way of thinking about this, of the plurality of voices. That's something to be valued very much. So I need to think more about that, but it's a really interesting question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really interesting question. I've looked at, the responses that I've seen a lot to the novels tend to be reviews that come from people seeing it as a popular novel. So obviously it's on goodreads.com and that kind of thing. And so we get a lot of interaction now with people commenting. And when you're on Amazon, you see the 5-star reviews and the 4-star reviews. And so it's quite interesting how you can start to get this interactive reaction to how people respond to the stories. And I think in both of these cases, there's this weird, we've got this kind of visceral attraction to these horrific stories of witchcraft and witch trials. And I think there is always going to be that in some element. And as I said in my paper, Blake Morris talked about how she didn't want to kind of do the torture porn thing. She was very much moving away from that. And yet there's no way that it can really fully move away from that. So I think it's very interesting. I've not looked so much at the actual social media responses, but I know the interviews that they've had that are all online tend to be very much about thinking about the voices of the women. And Millward Hargrave also talked about the fact she was actually inspired to write the novel by going to the place and seeing there's an amazing sculpture, a memorial for the event that happened, because what they actually, I think it was during the Second World War that the village itself was razed to the ground. So there's no actual village existing anymore where these things happened. The castle where they were tried still exists. But it's Louise Bourgeois has created this amazing sculpture, and it's actually that. So it's quite interesting that, going back to this idea of kind of the visuals of it, it's history recorded in visuals, and they've written the women's words, and it's a sculpture that you walk through that's very much linked to this kind of the space that they're in. The horror of it is very much that these women were dunked in this sea, in a place where they have 24 hours of nighttime in the winter, and it's the kind of the visceral nature of the environment as well is so interesting, I think. And Manningtree, when I was doing the research on this, they've got like witch tours. You can go around Manningtree and see where the witches were hanged and see where they were tried. And it's almost like it's become this kind of, again, quite a sordid exploration of history. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't know if that's answered your question, but I find all that quite fascinating, the way that it's engaged with it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. also for the question. I think I can say two things related to social media. Well, the author I was talking about, Andrea Tompa, is present in many interviews, and she's like a respected figure generally in the cultural world. So yeah, that's one thing. And another thing is that recently, one of my colleagues did a research on the presence in social media of popular Hungarian authors. And one of them was Andrea Tompa, and she, her name is Makai Julia, who carried through this analysis and observed how people react to her Facebook page, for example, or she has written some kind of a blog only for the Hangman's House. So these kind of things really exist. And I think they are also useful to bring back literature to the world it was taken from. Yeah, and the other thing is that for the popularity or what the reactions are, I think what defines a really good book, that it can be read in very many different ways. And this is why the novel, The Hangman's House, but also Tompa Andrea's other novels, are really enjoyable for all ages, for all social groups, because it is a very open text. So you can enjoy it no matter from where you come or no matter who you are. And you can focus on the historical part, you can focus on the personal part, you can focus on humor, you can focus on language, whatever you want. And this is what makes it popular, so popular for everyone.
Thank you very much for all three of those responses. Yeah, I just wrote something in the chat about how Nadifa Mohammed's novel, I simply found out about it because of where I'm from. So there is a sort of regional element of this too, about the populism. Because there's a big Somali community in Cardiff, immediately people started talking to me about it as an Africanist. And I would never have heard of it otherwise. So I think there is something about Somali diasporic fiction as well, which comes into that. So I think there is something about the regional popularity of certain things. But anyway, I don't want to take any more time. Adalgisa had a question.
Probably it's not a question, but a comment, and also the question that was asked before me by Serena, and the answers have already covered quite a bit of what I wanted to say. But it is something that I think we have to we are hitting already on the actual the importance of what we want to assess in this conference, and the specific question about reading and the pleasure of reading, and what I was observing was especially first of all in Orsi's paper, because she took it on particularly the issue of trauma. So the experience of the character who attempts to overcome trauma in a certain way, and on the other hand, the pleasure of the reader's pleasure in reading. So I was just thinking, what is the correlation between reading a story of trauma and having pleasure, experiencing pleasure in reading it? So it's a question of perhaps also of thinking across the 2 days, what is pleasure, the nature of pleasure, what kind of pleasures, different pleasures we can experience when we read different things. And also in terms of that category of middle brow narrative that we are going to explore today, because that could be a very useful category to look at what makes us kind of bring down a novel that could be highbrow, but it comes down to being middle brow and providing certain elements that make it enjoyable and popular. And on the other hand, what we would have considered in the past, the classical popular literature, how it raises, becomes, what kind of things have been absorbed by this narrative to bring it up to the middle brow that allows literature to be consumed by a very large group of people and to give pleasure in different ways, perhaps. It was just something maybe that I will keep in mind when I listen to the papers in the next 2 days, in these 2 days. Thank you very much. I don't know whether the speakers want already to comment on that.
Looks like we do, yes. Go ahead, Oshi.
Yes, I think I resonate a lot with your comment, and I think this is really a thing to meditate on throughout these Tuesdays, rather than just say something explicitly. However, what I would like to mention here is that like trauma makes you very closed and makes your brain wired for protection rather than connection, which is the source of pleasure. So I think looking at a story from the outside perspective, like reading a story, I think literature creates a safe space where you can experience emotion, you can experience unpleasant emotion, you can rethink your trauma. And this is the key element which makes you open again. So this is one of the reasons why I consider that it can help. It helped me, for instance. Yeah, and the other thing is that the way the book is written, because I was really fascinated by Andrea Tompa's novel, and I was trying to figure out why is it so immersive? Why is it such a whirlpool that brings it to you? And then I came across a review which said by Janko Szép-Ivet, which says that reading this novel was like swimming. So it's not like an intellectual activity, but something which involves your emotions, which involves your body, involves you holistically, and brings you into the world where you have to feel. You have no other option. You have to feel. And I think this is the point where you come across trauma. First, you have to feel, to let it go through you. And only after that, you can become open again to pleasure. I would like to refer here also to Esther Perel. Maybe you know, she's a couple therapist. And she said that after trauma, there are two options. Some people survive and some people come back to life. And this is the way of pleasure, to begin to feel pleasure again after trauma.
Thank you. Would others like to respond to that?
I'm going to be thinking a lot now about that idea of protection or connection, and when does that happen, and the different points. And I have been thinking a lot about that, the categories of the middle brow and the popular and the literary, and why is someone like Kate Atkinson thought of as more middle brow when she's doing all the same things as more literary authors? And yeah, so I'm going to be thinking about those a lot.
Megan, do you have anything to add? Or?
Just really interesting ideas, and I think something that's often come up in my research, because I've done writing on Kate Atkinson as well, similar to Leanne, and one of the things that she actually talked about, she did a crime series, and one of it was, why are we obsessed with these novels of women being brutalized and murdered? You know, why do we keep coming back to these stories? And I think that's part of my question, because I like these stories and I read these stories, and so there has to be a pleasurable element to it while they're still quite horrific tales. And I think, as I said in my paper, I think some of it is an element of catharsis when you see it coming to an end and you see some people get the comeuppance and you get that. But there's also a sense when you're reading the novels that you start to see yourself in these characters, and you start to see your own feelings and your own experiences kind of written down in some way, and that allows you to process it. So yeah, a lot to unpack, and I think it'll be really interesting to see what else is said over the next few days.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any? We've just got a couple of minutes left now. Does anyone else want to add anything, or any general comments? Okay, well, I think I'm just going to say we can take a break now. I think it's 15 minutes you're going to get before the next panel. I really enjoyed the panel. Thank you very much to all the presenters and to the contributors who asked questions and so on. And yeah, thanks for keeping to your time limits, and that way we had a great discussion. There's a lot more to be going along with, and I look forward to the next couple of days. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back. Welcome to panel 2. I'm Emily Jeremiah, Professor at Royal Holloway, University of London, and I'm a member of the steering committee of the CCWW. So it's my pleasure to introduce the first of 2 speakers, I hope. Gareth Wood is unfortunately not able to come. We're trying to track down the second speaker at the moment, but we do have one speaker lined up already. So as before, we'll hear the papers if there are more than one, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. There'll be time for question, and we'll end a bit earlier for lunch, about 12 or before if we only have one paper, but we'll see how we go. So our first speaker, and perhaps only speaker, is Monica Gamhal. She's registered for a PhD in Portuguese and Romanic Studies at the School of Letters of the University of Lisbon, benefiting from a scholarship from FCT, the Portuguese National Funding Agency for Science, Research and Technology, while developing a project and dissertation related to 19th century women writers. Her interests include female authorship, the representation of women in literature, and specifically in Portuguese literature, and the relationship between female and male writing historically. She's also conducted research on the Portuguese author Essa de Queiroz, and she has an interest in Lusophone African literature and authors such as João Paulo Borges Coelho and Mia Couto, and I apologize for my pronunciation. And the title of her paper is Writing Women for 19th Century Readers and Reading Women Today, The Case of Herança de Lágrimas by Ana Plácido. Over to you, Monica.
Thank you so much. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the introduction. I'm going to dive into my paper right away, and hopefully, I have to keep to my time because hopefully someone else comes. So I'm going to talk a bit about Ana Plácido. She's a Portuguese 19th century author, and I hope I managed to make you interested in her. So Ana Plácido is one of the many Portuguese female authors from the 19th century whose work has been nearly forgotten by both the public and the critics. Having been the lover and later wife of one of the most famous Portuguese romantics, Camilo Castelo Branco, her name became tightly attached to him and their adulterous love story. Therefore, her literary works have been taken as futile results of her connection with a famous writer, instead of being valued for their own worth. This also means that her popularity throughout the years has been due to her connection to a canonic writer, to the scandal surrounding her infidelity to her then husband, the subsequent imprisonment of the lovers by order of her husband, and their adulterous and romantic love story, while her writings and narratives remained unacknowledged. Similarly, her persona has been described mainly as the adulterous wife of an honest man, or the dedicated, wife-like lover of an ungrateful and jealous artist, while her literary persona, so greatly manifested in her works, remains unappreciated. Unlike other countries, being a female writer in 19th century Portugal meant that popularity was not something one could aspire to. Being published and commended by other writers was the greatest accomplishment a woman who wrote could wish for. Many of those female authors who remain unknown even to this day, clouded by the pseudonyms they chose to avoid social rebuke. A female writer was commonly seen as eccentric, unruly, neglecting her social and familial roles, proud, and even potentially mad. I can mention here The Mad Woman in the Attic, which is a very important work that that is going to be a great part of my thesis. All of this made it hard for them, the authors, to become visible and popular in their time, and even harder to remain visible throughout the years. Plácido became famous, however, for being Camilo's muse, his femme fatale, who is thought to have inspired many of his female characters. His novels, and especially Amor de Perdição, published in 1862 after the lovers were acquitted from jail, have ever since been praised as some of the best Portuguese romantic stories in both the literary and colloquial sense of the word. But his popularity contributed even more to her disappearance as a writer. This calls for a change, and that is why I have chosen to bring Ana Plácido to your attention today, aiming to show you how important her female message was to both 19th century women and to researchers involved in studying the 19th century novel. I will first try to give you an idea of her unsubmissive ideas, followed by an interpretation of her own words on the importance of reading and writing as a female. One of the main themes of the plots by Ana Plácido is female adultery and forced marriage, which appear deeply connected in her works. Being popular themes in 19th century novels in general, her perspective makes them particularly interesting. Feminism is, of course, an anachronistic term for the 19th century, but Plácido's ideals come as close to feminism as they could get at the time. In Herança de Lágrimas, her greatest work, which can be translated, by the way, to Heritage of Tears, Branca is one of the main characters. One of the main characters, is a young girl with no desire to get married, for whom her studies happily occupy most of her time and attention. And I quote, Branca thought she had been born for a life of studying and did not comprehend that a man could make her forget her books and her chamber, the sanctuary very few could desecrate. End of quote. An arranged marriage imposed upon her by her father against her will prevents her, however, from following a secluded convent life as she had at some point contemplated. This is a type of violence she will never be able to accept, being unable to love a man that never pleased her and that she never desired, and finding herself, and I quote again, the voluntary slave of the man she fathomed belonging to the least. In her case, filial duty speaks louder, and the love for her dying father takes away her courage to deny his wish to get her married. Forced marriage is therefore portrayed as not only sexually and emotionally violent, but also psychologically destructive, as it takes away from women the already sparse freedom of choice over their own lives and the possibility of improving their intellectual capacities, while forcing them to a life of slavery, or what is perceived as slavery, and pain. Marriage is thus represented as submission and imprisonment, as a way of muffling female potential. Furthermore, among the reasons that led Branca to adultery, Plácido states one that is particularly controversial. The young bride, even more disappointed with her marriage now that she knows of her husband's unfaithfulness, feels that since her husband disrespected her, she is released from whatever bind they had and no longer owes him respect or wifely duties. The disrespect that Giorgio, the husband, shows towards her is therefore pointed out as one of the main reasons that almost encourage her to be unfaithful as well. Her presence of mind and sense of justice are so strong that she is courageous enough to tell the husband that, and I quote, the man that is used to and cannot avoid distractions, she emphasized strongly, and by distractions here she means being unfaithful, must not force a woman he bound himself to, many a time by a whim, to watch his amusements unmoved. With what audacity will he then dare hold her accountable before society for mistakes not fair but licensed by him through his degrading behavior? End of quote. Branca's reasoning has an almost feminist inflection. Her justified anger and her precise arguments both try to fight for equality in marriage between men and women, while highlighting the imbalances in morals and behaviors between genders. Thus, her criticism of adultery and marriage is strongly based on the idea that men, being them husbands or lovers, use women entirely according to their whims, leading them to choices that turn out to be insurmountable mistakes. And I quote again, oh, if they, meaning women, saw the humiliation I came to after having seen bent before me the most illustrious names in Portugal, if they at least derived from this the wise conclusion that there is no man able to feel for us more than a passing whim, that the storm wind blows far away, that all are traitors when they swear, that there is not a single one that deserves a sincere tear or being missed. End of quote. Moreover, marital dependence, being it depending on a husband or a lover, is always felt by Branca as a dangerous and undesirable status. After running away with Rodrigo, her lover, she realizes the illusion passion had kept her in and understands that financial dependence on a man that is not socially ascribed to support her is risky. Her lover despises Branca's wisdom and caution, but they and her knowledge are what help her find a job and a means to support herself and her child when the adulterous relationship ends by being the tutor of two little girls. This way, female education is valued in the book and turned into a very handy advantage in case of need. Similarly, the author regularly praises female strength, resilience, and courage against misfortune, mirroring in her characters her own strength when faced with imprisonment for adultery, social scorn, abandonment, and disappointment. In fact, one of Branca's strongest features is her pride, seen in this work as a healthy trait that helps her stand her ground when communicating with men who wish her subdued. Despite this strong energy, however, these women are also described as martyrs because of all the suffering they have to withstand. This religious reference remodels the image of these unholy and sinning women who indulge in informal sexual relationships, whose sin, however, is inspired by tender and despised hearts and paid out with worlds of pain. In Placido's works, though, women can become martyrs for a number of reasons. For example, for suffering because of or for love, for enduring the punishment for the crime of adultery and atoning for their own faults through that pain, or for being condemned to a destiny that they did not choose. In the case of adultery, women are doomed to be martyrs for the rest of their lives. The injustice with which adulterous women are treated socially is one of her main concerns. These women would be socially marked by their sin forever and denied the redemption granted even to the greatest sinners by Christianity. Martyrdom, therefore, is reached by enduring endless pain, and is the way Placido finds for glorifying women and their endurance in suffering. Being called a martyr is the reward they get for the sorrow they were submitted to, and what makes those women, those characters, heroines. Therefore, for the author, they are never lost or unforgivable, and neither are they justly paying for their sins. They are martyrs for having fallen for an illusion created or imposed by men and society on them that they were not wise enough to recognize as such. In her works, this emotional martyrdom unites and connects women who have been through the same trials against the men who tempted them. Sharing each other's experiences and disappointments helps these characters face their pains and regrets and recover their own dignity by surviving their lovers' or husbands' contempt. It also, in a way, opposes women and men regarding the former as victims of the latter, as martyrs of their tormentors, and uniting several women in a web of female pain and confession woven by solidarity, mutual understanding, and tolerance against male violence and wickedness. In A Dança de Lágrimas, this happens between Branca and Diana, mother and daughter in this case, through the mother's written biography, and between Diana and Enriqueta, her friend, through their correspondence. This union between women perpetrated by
You've suddenly gone on mute, Monica.
and how that brought solace to her sadness. For Placido, writing is an emotional and psychological survival tactic. And I quote, "In the midst of the chaos that makes my thought mourn, a light shines, and I hand myself over to a vague and undefined idealism, and I find a myth that is mine only. I overcome the first pitfall, opposing it the red energy, the virile effort of my ardent imagination and will." End of quote. There is in the author a declared desire for literary and intellectual assertion, built on her will and effort, or on her own will and effort, something she could call entirely her own. The wish for recognition and glory is also very clear in this text, and something Placido openly encourages women to seek. And I quote again, "It is this fever that women of Portugal quench in the ice of their hearts, thus repelling the most attractive stimulus of ambition, of glory, the only I envy and enjoy. This inactivity needs to end. We need to disconnect from certain apprehensions, searching in the books and study of good masters for solace for the sad days of old age." End of quote. To avoid being criticized for deviating women from their roles as caretakers, mothers, and housewives, the author claims, and I quote, "that splendid sanctuary is closed to them, and they are left with no other way to shine on contemporary history than by being good housewives and good mothers. Their most noble mission is surely this one, nor could I dispute that. I even rejoice to be included and commended among them. But does that precious essence absorb all the grand faculties of a woman? No. End of quote. She ends this section of the text with an encouragement directed to her gender. Let us not give men the easy victory of our inertia. Let us boldly start that track where even the thorns will make us forget other pains. Fondling this idea, I hurl myself as a first example and with hope of being mimicked and followed. End of quote. I mentioned above that education is an important part of Ana Plácido's work. In Herança de Lágrimas, for instance, Branca claims knowledge is the flowing spring that cures the nuisances inseparable from idleness. Writing and reading also have an extremely important role in this novel, both as ways to ease pain by writing it, and even as a way of learning morals and social rules for young brides. Moreover, writing is also the means through which the soul and emotional and psychological life of the female characters in this novel are presented by their own voices to the reader. The genres used by the characters are those most suited to the confessional style that they seek. The letters that Diana sends Henriqueta have the intimate inflection of an emotional confession to a close friend. As for the emotional autobiography Branca writes to her daughter, it is an intimate testimony of a mother trying to make sense of her life and put her own life experience to good use, in the hopes of communicating it as a warning to a daughter in danger of making the same mistakes. Therefore, for Plácido, writing is also a way to warn readers, especially female readers, of the dangers and consequences of adultery, forced marriage, and other possible events in the life of a 19th century woman. Reading as a means of teaching through written examples seems indeed to be Plácido's main concern. And I quote, "I wish these lessons of misfortune would serve to open the eyes of some of those frantic souls that by chance read and meditated on the truths that are enclosed in this story, whose characters are not yet all dead." End of quote. Thus, reading each other's thoughts contributes to the connection women establish between themselves and to the bond mentioned above, and is essential to their psychological and social survival. This way of perceiving reading and writing is interesting in a time when reading for women was seen as either a recreational activity aimed at keeping them occupied, or even a habit that led them to fantasize about lives they could not have. For Plácido, reading is to be taken seriously and used to the reader's advantage, and so are the women and the problems portrayed in her works. Enclosed in a deeply misogynistic century and vehemently criticized for her life choices, this female author remains strong enough to speak her mind and point to the injustice that society allows to befall upon women. How unfortunate it is then that her words have struggled so much to reach readers beyond her time, and maybe even during her own time. Published in 1872, Herança de Lágrimas only had one edition in book form at the time. Much later, in 1985, to commemorate the centenary of the author's death, a facsimile edition of both of her works was published. Although necessary and useful, this edition proved effortless and disengaged. Even though facsimiles can be interesting, in this case, there was nothing too special about the initial edition of the books, and it would have been more praiseworthy if the editor had given Plácido much deserved attention and at least modernized the spelling, making it easier for the public to read her. Moreover, this edition was accompanied by a promising introduction entitled Ana Plácido, the woman that marveled at herself, which unfortunately did not abide by its title. In fact, as many of the critical texts about Ana Plácido, this text goes on about Plácido's relationship with Camilo, her lover, and how much he made her suffer, like so many books and texts before this one had done, valuing her work almost exclusively, because it represented a faithful description of her life, and ending with a remark about how important she was for Camilo's literary endeavors. Thankfully, a 2019 edition of Herança de Lágrimas finally placed the emphasis where it should have been all along. This edition modernized the spelling and punctuation and has been paramount in helping resurrect Placidus' thoughts and finally make them available for modern readers. Opening with a preface by Inês Pedrosa, who takes care to briefly summarize the story of the book and quote an essay about it, instead of focusing on Placidus' connection to Camille, this edition has finally given the author the recognition she deserved, making it easier for the general public and not just scholars, as it had been until then, to get to know her. Disliked during her age for being a strong and blunt character, it is now time we recover Dona Plácido as an author deserving not only of the attention of the general public, still too focused in Camilo Castelo Branco, but also of the time and attention of scholars who must now try to disconnect her from her lover and start valuing and studying her text for their own independent worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a really stimulating paper with a lot of, I think, interesting starting points for a discussion. I can't see the second speaker, so correct me if I'm wrong. Adalgisa, they're not here. No, she hasn't appeared. So that means I think we just proceed straight to a discussion of your paper and the issues that it raises, and we'll have a long lunch break then, which, well, might be welcome. Okay, so can I invite questions from the floor? Please do put up your hands or wave if I can see you if you're visible. Yes, Adalgisa.
Unless somebody else has a question, I'm happy to step in now. Is that all right? Monica, that was a very good, very interesting paper and a very interesting case that you brought to us. I am very pleased that you have talked to us about this, this writer. I was wondering whether you could tell us a bit more about what she actually says, because it sounds to me, in terms of genre, or what kind of genres she is referring to, maybe implicitly or explicitly, because it sounds to me as if the book might have been even conceived as an anti-conduct book for women. Warning them what they should do and what they shouldn't do. So a rather transgressive type of book. And the other thing I would like to ask is, it's interesting, or just comment on the fact that efforts have been made to make it accessible to a wider public. And in what you have said, I welcome more these strategies that have been used, for example, changing the spelling to make the book available to the larger population of maybe of young women or women in Portugal, than actually, make it widening the critical appreciation, although that is very important. But for the sake of our conference, I find it very interesting that her value for a contemporary audience seems to have been recognized. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. So as for the first question, basically the book, it mixes several genres, because the first part, there's two parts to the book. The first part of the book is basically just letters from Diana to her friend Enriqueta, and it's mainly just letters from Diana to Enriqueta, and there's like one or two letters from Enriqueta to Diana in reply to her letters. And it's basically this is the second main character, I'd call her, and she's the daughter of Branca, which is the main character of the book. And she tells her friend about how her married life is so boring to her and so and not stimulating at all, and she feels bored, and she feels that she needs something else, and she needs some excitement in her life. And this part ends when she meets another character named Nuno, who is clearly interested in her, and they are about to have an adulterous relationship, because she's married. He's not, but she's married. And then right when they are about to plan leaving and together, her husband finds out and hands her the story of her mother's life, basically an autobiography that her mother had written. And then this autobiography is basically the second part of the book, but it's a very, the genres are mixed because it's not exactly an autobiography, the second part. It's basically an autobiography told by the narrator, which is another entity within the book. Another, in this case, the book was published initially under a pseudonym, so the narrator is supposed to be a man, but interestingly enough, she published this book under a male name, but she had a picture within that book, or a photo of her, and it was like below that picture was written, this is the author of the book. So there's several layers of authorship, I guess, within this book that make it so interesting and so engaging. And the second part of the book is the part that is mostly composed by, it's created as a story meant to warn women that adultery is not the way, and that you won't find what you're looking for through adultery. If you're unhappy, basically the message is that if you're unhappy with your husband, you might as well, make what you can of that relationship, since you're in it and it wasn't your choice. Because adultery is only going to lead you to disappointment and abandonment, and then you will have to fend for yourself, and it's going to be harder for you. So don't do it. Basically, that's the message. But she doesn't put it like, she doesn't make it seem like it's something unmoral or immoral or wrong. She just tells their readers that it's wrong because it's not going to lead you to what you're looking for, and it's not going to bring happiness to your life. And she portrays this as a message that Branca is telling her daughter, in a way, of course, but it's also a message that the author, we can sense that it's a message that the author is trying to convey to her readers as well. So it's basically a warning that, combined with the basically the incentive to writing and reading, tells women that you won't find happiness through adultery or anything related to love life, basically, but you can find happiness through writing and reading, and this is the way for you. This is the way that you will be happy within the circumstances that you have in our century. And I think that this is the really important part of the book, is that she has such a modern message, in a way, and that is covered by this love story, but that's not the most important part. The most important part is the message that's beneath that story. So I hope I answered your first question.
It's a fascinating, you told us fascinating things about this book. It's almost a postmodern text from last century, 2 centuries ago.
And it's very interesting that in a way it is very, it's a lot more modern, I'd say, than her lover's books, or most of his books. And he is the famous writer, right? So no one knows about her, but she has this amazing work that has been completely forgotten for so many years. As for the editions, there's a recent edition. So the book only had one edition at the time, and then there's 2 newer editions, or more recent editions. One is old enough because it's from 1985, like I said, but it seems like the only purpose of that was basically we have to commemorate this woman's death because she's she was wife and lover to a famous author. So within that circle, they decided that it was honorable to commemorate her, the date of her death, and decided to create a new edition of her books. But first of all, it wasn't very famous, and you can barely find it nowadays. Like, it's not for sale anymore. And second, sorry, did I, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So like I was saying, we cannot find that edition anymore. It's basically gone. And it's not very engaged because it just copied the original book without much said about it or about her writings or anything like that. And it wasn't very famous at the time, and it didn't bring her to the public's attention. So that's why in 2019, this new edition seems so interesting to me, because it was edited by an editor that whose aim is to put out in the world texts of women that have been forgotten. So the purpose is, very fitting in this case. And it's very interesting to me that they started with a 19th century author, because this was their first book published. Because she was until then basically forgotten. And now you can find that book for sale on bookstores throughout Portugal, which is a major change in the course of events, I think. And obviously this is accompanied by a growing interest in women's studies and female writers, and the 19th century as, at least in Portugal, as the turning point for female writers. Because it's when women really start to write in Portugal and start to be read by other writers of their time. And by the end of the century, they finally found a way to find their place within the intellectual community and literary community of their time. So it's very, very important that this edition has finally appeared.
Great, thank you for that extensive and absolutely fascinating answer. It really is a fascinating sounding text. Perhaps if I could just ask a quick question before opening the floor again to Serena, who's waiting, I can see. Has the book been translated? And if so, into which languages, and what's the reception been?
Not that I know of, no. I don't think it has been translated at all, to be fair, because the edition is so recent. And until then, it wasn't known to any, even Portuguese readers or scholars. Yeah. But I am planning on eventually translating it or finding a partnership with someone to translate it, because I think it deserves a translation for sure.
Yeah, great. So we go to Serena, who had her hand up earlier.
Thank you so much. Obrigado, Monica. This was really, really, really a beautiful paper, and it reminded me of similar examples from Sicilian 19th century literature, where there are authors, at least one I can think of, Elvira Mancuso, who not only did she write about the perils and frustrations of forced-in marriage, but she also promoted education among young women to become free, to become more emancipated. So I think that draws very interesting parallels between two Mediterranean countries and the kind of access to culture that women had in a very similar way. I was wondering, why did you choose this text, and how come does this relate to a contemporary readership? How come this could be seen as a popular and actually groundbreaking, if you want, sort of textual example that can still talk to readership, to a transversal readership, so not just a scholarly one? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So I think in a way it relates to the growing interest in women's writing in Portugal at the moment, and I think it's both in Brazil and Portugal, but I'd say mostly in Brazil actually, but in Portugal as well. People are becoming more and more aware that women actually wrote until the 20th century, because there's still a lot of that myth that women did not write, and there are no works by women until the 20th century, which is a lie. There's no way to characterize it. And so I think that's the most interesting connection to contemporary readers. But then there's another one, which is the the controversial energy of the work at the time. Maybe obviously this advice about adultery does not really apply to contemporary readers, but the controversial aspect of what she says and what she portrays and what she defends basically for women and wants for women is very much not. It doesn't go. It goes completely against what was accepted at the time. Women were not supposed to be readers or intense readers or writers. They were not supposed to choose a life of studying and reading and writing instead of getting married. And she puts all of this in this book and shows it as options for a living, basically. And I think this controversial energy and this going against the current is what makes her such a modern writer, or at least the energy of her work is very modern. While there are other authors from the time, and even later authors from the end of the 19th century, that don't have as much, that are not as controversial as Ana Plácida, and are much more conservative and just accepting of common behaviors and not controversial. So I think these are the two main things: the connection to the growing interest in women's writing in Portugal, and her controversial energy. That's what I would call it.
Thank you.
Great, let's give it a couple more minutes to see if anyone's got another question. Perhaps I can ask another sort of quick one about the madwoman in the attic. That sort of, you made an intriguing reference to the madwoman in the attic, and I wonder if you could perhaps just say a little bit more about that figure and how it relates to the author.
So I was thinking, just because the connection I make here, I don't think there's a very strong connection between say, for instance, British 19th century writers and Portuguese 19th century writers, just because I think they're on such different levels. And I've read, one of my goals in my thesis was to try to establish comparisons or connections with other literatures from other countries. And I found some connections with French literature, but British literature, for instance, is a completely different world. And I read Jane Eyre, and that seems like that's 20th century Portugal. That's not 19th century Portugal for sure. But I think the connection here is that women would be seen as, and writers specifically, would be seen as mad women, basically. And they were mad because they weren't accepting what society had described for them. They were defying that, and they were, or they were at least not taking as much care of their families as they should, socially should, because they were paying attention to other things. And that's the connection, I think. Obviously, the Mad Woman in the Attic is an important reference for the imaginary of 19th century writers and female writers in general, but I think the connection here, in this case, in Ana Plácida specifically, it's just that any woman who wouldn't abide by the normal or morals would be considered mad, and she herself was considered a bit mad for having left her husband with a child of that was a year old or something, in order to just run away with her lover. And then being a writer, and then smoking in public, which was one of the things that she did purposefully, that was meant to create discomfort in the people that saw her.
Great, thank you very much. We have Sandra with a question.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Emily and Monica, for this amazing panel. I know it's a sort of one panel, one chair panel, but I actually think it's working really well, and we're getting so much out of it. And I just had a quick question about, you've mentioned Brazil as well, and is there, since the novel isn't translated in English, or maybe I don't know if it's translated in Spanish or in other languages, is there something particular, or is there a reception of the novel in Brazil? Is there something particular about, and if there is there something particular about that compared to the Portuguese reception? And you mentioned that you would be interested in translating it. And one of the last month, we had another conference at the center, and we're talking about translation. So I'm just going to put in the chat for you a link to a sort of a publishing house that's looking at work in translation that's sort of, that's, I wouldn't say ignore, but maybe that hasn't been discovered yet. So if you wanted to have a look and sort of start the sort of project with them. And what I'll also put in the chat for everybody else, because Monica did a fantastic podcast for us two years ago. So I'll put the link to the podcast and the blog post so that you can explore this further as well.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And thank you so much for the reference, because this is going to be so useful, especially because I'm almost finishing my thesis and I'm trying to look for things to do while I'm waiting for the defense. Sorry, I got lost. What was your initial question? Because I got lost within all this. I'm excited about the translation.
Just wondering about the Brazilian reception, if there is one, and how does that differ, if at all?
Okay, so in the case of Ana Plácido, there's not much information about the reception of her work in Brazil, because she wasn't one of the authors that had the most connections to Brazil at the time, and she didn't publish that much. I think that's the main reason why she didn't have many connections with Brazil, because she didn't. She published this novel, and previously she had published like a collection of texts. And that was it, basically. That was her career, her literary career. But I mentioned the connection to Brazil, both because in Brazil at the moment, there's this amazing energy trying to recover all these 19th century authors and trying to show them to the world and publish their texts and all of that. So there's a lot of research into women's writing, and the connections between Portuguese writers in Brazil or the connections, I'd say differently, the connections between Brazil and the Portuguese writers from Portugal is very intense in the 19th century, because the female writers that write a lot, Ana Plácido isn't one of them, but Guiomar Torresão is another one, another author that writes a lot in Portugal in the 19th century, Maria Peregrina de Souza. All of them have connections to journals in Brazil and magazines that publish their text. And sometimes they have texts that are published only in Brazil. Some other times the texts are published both in journals in Portugal and then in Brazil. And the readers are very tightly connected, because Portuguese authors reply to Brazilian readers that send them letters. So there's a very deep connection, even though most of them never went to Brazil, never visited. They have a very deep connection with at least the journalism world in Brazil at the time. So, and it's very important for them to create basically a community of readers that's more extensive than the readers that there were in Portugal.
Great, thank you. And we have a question from Adalgisa.
Yes, thank you, Emily, and thank you, Monica. Monica, are you okay with answering more questions? Yes, because you are suffering from the absence of other people. So it's an observation about the modernity, I think, of this book, because and this links to Serena's question as well about women writers from Sicily. But I'd like to make a very quick comparison with the Italian kind of first Italian feminist writer, Sibilla Leramo, who in 1906 wrote this groundbreaking work, and which was translated across Europe within, no time after its publication. The book was entitled Una donna, a woman, and at the core of that book is that Aleramo was writing against the representations of women in literature. And one of the things that she was writing against was precisely adultery. One of the choices that women had to come out of an unhappy, abusive marriage, as well as madness. So it's a very interesting, so we have all these characters in the book that represent women or choices that the protagonist has, which represent how women attempt to come out in literature. Obviously, we were literary figures there, and adultery was an important one, and the fact that she was telling women this is not the solution. So she did preach, let's say, very radical solutions, because eventually the protagonist leaves her husband, and in the bargain she is forced to leave her son. So it's a big highly transgressive text for the beginning of the 20th century. And I just wanted to point out also that in popular media, TV, I'm noticing TV series where these thematics are brought to the fore, how past women attempted to overcome and the issue of marriage, and how it was almost impossible for women to get away from those. Yeah, so only that. So the modernity, I think, is highly important, the modernity of this book. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. And it's very interesting to notice these connections between women writers of the same time. There's also a Spanish writer called Emilia Pardo Bazán, I think, which is also famous in Spain for the same reasons that Ana Plácida is getting famous in Portugal. And there are other authors in Portugal as well that I'm currently studying, but not all of them. I think we also need some perspective. Maybe this is a bit like not out of context, but I think we also need some perspective over the whole century, because there's not every woman writer is transgressive and modern. And some of them are very conservative, and the first one that I studied, Maria Pereira de Souza, is very, very conservative, and she's a moralist, and she uses her works to advise women as well, but not in the same sense that Ana Plácida tells them this is not the way because this is not going to work out. She's telling them, don't do this because you will be excluded from society, and this isn't right. And that's basically the purpose of her work. And then there's this other writer called Guiomar Toursan. I mentioned her just a while ago. She starts out similarly to Ana Plácida. It seems like she wants to convey a message that's that basically shows women another way to live their lives, and that way is a very interestingly female friendships instead of a romantic love life, a romantic relationship. But then she becomes more famous, and she decides that she wants to be a writer for a living and a journalist for a living. And from the moment when she makes this decision, or when this becomes more obvious that that's going to be her way of living, are controversial ideas or options or different options for women dramatically disappear from her work, and her work becomes very much in the lines of the other works published at the time that were famous. So I think it's interesting to also establish this connection between fame, between women that want to be famous for being writers and not being able to say what they think or have their own ideas, because otherwise they won't be famous. And there's a very interesting relationship between these two forces, I think.
Great, thank you so much for your responses to the questions, and thank you for people who asked questions for your contributions. Adalgisa says, I have another observation. Is that right, Adal? Oh, you've done it, yeah, okay, right. So I think we can draw to a close here, and thank you again, Monica, for your sterling efforts in this panel where you were the only panelist. I think it was a really great discussion, and hopefully everyone enjoyed it and benefited from it, I think so. So we returned from lunch at 1:30, so there's a nice long period of time to relax and to get ready for the keynote. So we're all looking forward to that, I'm sure. So thank you again, everybody.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Welcome back after lunch, everybody, and welcome to those of you who have joined the conference now. I don't think I need to say that this is an event organized by Sandra and myself on behalf of both our university, which has not been mentioned so far, the University of Bath, and the Center for the Study of Contemporary Women's Writing. So I am Adalgisa Giorgio from Bath, and I am also a member of the steering committee of the Center. I am going to chair this meeting, this session, which is our first keynote for the conference. And our keynote speaker today is Dr. Serena Todesco. Dr. Todesco holds an MA in Comparative Literature and Cultural Studies from the University of Limerick, Ireland, from 2008, and a PhD in Italian Literature from University College Cork in 2013. She also has qualifications in translation, and she is a literary translator and an independent scholar of Italian literature and gender studies. Her research interests include female identity and self-subjectification in relation to gendered and or cultural otherness in the South, and the relationships between philosophies of sexual difference, motherhood, and women's literature in contemporary Italy. She has authored a few books, the monograph Tracce a Margine, Women's Writing on the Memory of Women in Literature in the work of Sicilian women writers of the 1990s and the 2000s, and also of a book-long interview with or conversation with a feminist activist and author, Maria Rosa Cutrufelli. The book is entitled Campo a Due, Dialogo con Maria Rosa Cutrufelli, and the conversation between an older feminist activist and a younger one centers around women's writing, feminism, and gender culture in Italy. She has also co-edited very recently 2 online special issues of journals with co-edited, and one of them is again about Sicily and women's writing, but going back from now until back to the 15th century. And the second special issue of the journal of a South African journal is about the representation of terror, the supernatural, science fiction, utopia, and dystopia in women's writing. She's also published extensively on women writers, especially in relation to gendered thematizations of the South and motherhood and daughterhood. So you can read the complete her complete bio in our document online. Before giving the floor to Serena, I would like to add to what I said this morning about how this conference came about, that our original keynote for the conference of 2020, which didn't happen, was going to be on Elena Ferrante. However, after 2020, it became apparent that a new literary trend had been developing and emerging in Italy, and therefore we changed the topic of the keynote. Serena will be looking at these new trends, or this trend, which concerns writers born in the late 70s and early 80s in Italy. Serena will ask whether and how the Ferrante effect has affected writers and not just readers, and has been, whether it has been at least partially responsible for an increasingly large presence of classic topics of Italian feminism in contemporary narrative by authors who did not experience feminism firsthand, and also on the impact of, or the impact of certain aspect of today's culture on this writing. Okay, so the title of Serena's paper today, or keynote speech, is A Ferrantean Legacy, Contemporary Italian Women's Narratives, or How to Turn Literary Feminism into Pleasure. And Serena will speak for about 40-50 minutes, and then we will have the Q&A session. And as with the other sessions early on today, you can ask questions either in the chat or live by raising a digital hand or waving at us. Again, if you wish to remain anonymous, you can send me your question privately on the chat. And if you do not want to be recorded, you have to turn yourself off, turn your camera off, and you will not be recorded. And again, you can ask your question anonymously in the chat. Okay, I think I've covered everything. Sandra, have I covered everything? So Serena, over to you. We're really looking forward to hearing you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just started my time. Yes, I will be speaking between 45, 47 minutes. Thank you so much. This is really a great honor and a privilege to be here. Thanks to the Center for the Study of Contemporary Women's Writing and Professors Adalgisa Giorgio and Sandra Daroczi, and the wonderful people I've been meeting and listening to so far. And thank you for the over-generous presentation to Adalgisa, who's been nurturing my research well before the beginning of my latest phase of my interest in women's writing. So I just share my screen with you and hope it's okay. If you have any problem, if you can't see, just give me heads up. Okay. When I was 18 years old, reading changed my life. In the late 90s, I listened to a radio program called Damasco, referring to the city where, as the Bible has it, St. Paul was first struck by Christian faith. By drawing a parallel between St. Paul's transformation and discovery faith in the divine and encounter with books that change lives, each episode featured a celebrity from the cultural world who described how certain books had transformed their existence. And I realized that as a very young reader of feminist literature, I could change the way the books I loved were shaping my existence, not consistent with that shown by the falsely universal perspective of canonical male narratives. One thing that literature has taught me is the incredible potential of women's writing during moments of social transformation, and how the practices of reading and writing can expand the positive effects of those changes. I agree with Professor Jill Rye when in 2001 she observed, "I write and read with the understanding that cultural production contributes to change, and that socio-political change and changes in perception of identity are interdependent." One recent example of this transformative potential of literature and readership, of course, is the global success of Elena Ferrante, whose universe of stories have affected the expectations and the desires of millions of readers all over the world. Stories of female marginalization, violence, trauma, and rebirth have inspired new forms of feminist engagement and reading against the grain of patriarchal traditions. Plus, they have provoked the process of physiological and cognitive changes, which, according to Victor Nell, result from the pure pleasure of letting oneself become involved in extensive reading activities. Numerous topics have finally come out of the closet of radical feminism, as well as revealing their applicability to a vast quantity of female authors from remote and recent past: motherhood and daughterhood, abortion, sexual violence, equality struggles, and gender discrimination, female creativity, bodily desires, and sexuality. Ferrante made millions of readers aware that issues that have historically been part of feminist struggles can be a source of painful yet necessary creative changes. In her writings, Ferrante has reestablished bonds with feminist philosophers such as Luisa Muraro and Adriana Cavarero, as well as with other Italian and international writers. Not only has she reclaimed as her foremothers such Italian authors as Elsa Morante, Fabrizia Ramondino, and Anna Maria Ortese, promoting their discovery or rediscovery outside national borders, she has also established dialogues with such international authors as Ingeborg Bachmann, Christa Wolf, Clarice Lispector. This has reminded us that no feminist is an island. These are all good reasons to make us literary specialists love Ferrante. However, her plots have charmed a heterogeneous public who does not necessarily possess the intellectual and cultural tools to see all sorts of symbolic and political layers identified by scholarly readership. She has been read for pleasure, becoming a real addiction for millions of people who read her on the beach or at the hairdresser. So why have many liked Ferrante's books, given them as gifts, or watched TV series and films inspired by her stories? Ferrante's stories inspired pleasure precisely because as women, we have finally felt a number of taboos were being broken. In them, we have read about realities that we often experience ourselves. Our reality hunger, and I'm quoting David Shield's definition here, has been satisfied. Once we have consumed their books, the perceptions of many among us, both as readers and as individuals in a world of patriarchal backlashes, have been deeply transformed. With millions of female as well as male readers all over the world, and dozens of translations, conference panels, and roundtables, scholarly research and debates, we can say that Ferrante's impact on a global spread of popular feminist literature, while influencing many different cultures and contexts from Italy to China, from South America to Far Eastern countries, has modified the pleasure of reading. My goal here today is to reflect upon Ferrante's impact in Italy, specifically on the way some contemporary Italian women writers have adopted feminist perspectives and reshaped the Italian middlebrow literary scene in the process. I'm here referring to the relationship between feminism as a set of ideas in constant evolution and their inclusion into the novels of Italian women writers who have managed to produce pleasurable literature capable of speaking to larger readerships. So can we look at the Italian middlebrow female narrative and observe a concrete liaison with feminism? Is there a relationship between the feminist perspective of these writers and a desire to retrieve and disseminate a historical and cultural memory of feminism? Looking at the state of women's reading in France since the Belle Époque, Diana Holmes notices how the term middlebrow, once accompanied by a status of mediocrity, has become, and I quote here her words, a wide domain composed of all those hybrid novels read by most readers for a usually unexamined mix of reasons. These include the desire to be entertained, the wish to expand one's own knowledge and understanding, the appeal of venturing through simulated experience beyond the confines of the self, end quote. Middlebrow feminist creative works has often led to transmedial projects from one genre into the other, favoring productive collaborations among women within a dimension where the literary work produces rhizomatic, changeable borders, thus reaching a wider audience. This is the case of the Neapolitan novels by Elena Ferrante, adapted into theatre plays across Europe. I would just mention the Italian adaptations, the UK, and more recently here in Croatia, where I live, as well as recently reconceived as a graphic novel, which is the third image I'm showing you here, which just came out a couple of weeks ago. Chiara Lagani and Fiorenza Menni of the Fanny and Alexander Theatre Company have given birth to two successful stage adaptations of Ferrante's Quartet. And Chiara Lagani has just a month ago published her graphic novel, L'amica geniale. Popular feminist novels such as the Neapolitan Quartet have disrupted many certainties concerning the safe separation between high forms of literature studied by the academia and low-level books one can buy in a supermarket, in spite of a system of solidly male academic circles who still likes to bask in condescending attitudes towards women's writing. These monument men of letters, in inverted commas, struggle to understand why Ferrante has had such a great and transversal impact on readers all over the world, and appear to be at odds with a scenario where more and more Italian female writers have become successful while incorporating into their plots feminist ideas and visions. When I speak of feminist ideas in the Italian context, I mostly refer to the inherited thought originally developed during the 70s movements and later developed into the Italian feminism of difference throughout the 80s. These ideas mostly dealt with family relations, abortion and birth control, male violence, women's access to public spheres, but also they provided a radically different ontology of both sex and gender differences, thus opening the space to further developments. There is, I believe, a productive tension between the expectations assigned to feminism as a universe in constant evolution and the centrality of the audience that determines the success of middlebrow literature. In the case of Italy, the global impact of Ferrante has liberated a series of energies that are both domestic and transnational. The authors I will bring here as examples of this phenomenon could help not only to expand the debate inside the horizon established by Ferrante, but also to extend beyond it. So in the first part of this talk, I will examine textual examples of middlebrow Italian women's novels that bring back feminist ideas into the social and cultural arena. These books have received awards, sold hundreds of thousands of copies in Italy, and secured their translation rights in several languages. Here, I limit myself to three possible directions taken by some writers that practice the Italian middlebrow storytelling. Feminist storytelling, the Bildungsroman. So apart from the transmedial experience, which I already mentioned, we have the Bildungsroman conveyed via family or friendship-themed storytelling. We have the rewritings of classical mythology from a gender perspective. And a third phenomenon, which I'm not going to discuss in depth, but which I'll be happy to discuss if there is time, is what I have defined the hybridization of middlebrow feminism, which is the tendency to expand feminist issues through social media narratives. For example, literary criticism on platforms, social and crowd, shared readings, and so on, with the result that readers become an active part in the process of elaboration and dissemination of feminist notions. So I'll mainly focus on the two items marked in red here on my slide. In the second part of my talk, I'll try to problematize the risks of feminist middlebrow marketplace. We may argue whether the very use of feminism, also as an umbrella term, can still be productive to identify certain market tendencies that tend to that aim at emptying somehow or relativizing some of the perceived ideas of feminism itself, thus reducing its capacity for socially transversal changes. Okay, so I would say, although recent strands of fourth wave feminism have proposed the notion that the body can be rewritten, fabricated by joining together different components, desires, and market fads, I would add, several contemporary Italian writers have thematized the body as a symbolic space of reclaimed power and agency. And I think we have seen already this morning several nice examples in this sense. Along with the discourse on motherhood and its less canonical aspects, which of course Elena Ferrante is a main representative, narratives, middlebrow feminist narratives often explore conditions of fragility, trauma, and ambivalences. My first example concerns a case of an episode at the core of Italian historical feminism, masked by a middlebrow coming-of-age novel. And it's the first picture I have here by Viola Ardone, the novel called Oliva Denaro, published in 2021. Just like Ardone's previous Il treno dei bambini, the children's train, Oliva Denaro has been sold in several countries, 12 so far, and an English translation by Harper One is on its way. It is a story set between 1961 and 1981, the story of 16-year-old Oliva, who lives in a Sicilian small town with a suffocating mother and an understanding and protective father. Her being a femmina condemns her to a life of restrictions, taboos, and a future that seems already written, without education, without independence. She befriends, however, outspoken Liliana, who likes reading and politics. When Oliva rejects the advances of a sleazy and molesting son of a baker living in her town, he kidnaps and rapes her in the conviction that he can have her as his wife, thanks to the Italian law of reparatory marriage. But Oliva doesn't just refuse to marry him. She defends her right to choose her path in life by first reporting him to the police and then facing up to the brutal reality of the trial. The story clearly echoes the ordeal of Franca Viola, a local small-time mafia, Franca Viola, a young Sicilian who in 1965 had been kidnapped and raped by Filippo Melodia, a local small-time mafia criminal. Franca rebelled against the prospect of marrying her perpetrator, and with the support of her family, got Melodia arrested and prosecuted. In Ardone's novel, the body is the site of the protagonist's submission and eventual liberation. Oliva thinks she's ugly and badly made. At the beginning of the novel, we have several occurrences of this. She wishes she were a boy, like her twin brother Cosimo, because her female body is a synonym of fragility and dependence on other people's gaze. As her strict mother keeps telling her, a woman is like a vase, whoever breaks it, buys it. Oliva's gaze is often inspired by her father, who supports her independence, her school education, and teaches her gestures of care and tenderness, without too many words, and for that his wife often tells him that he's not a real man. In many passages of the novel, the insistence on Oliva's changing body is marked by the oscillation between her own gaze and someone else's eyes on her. For example, there is a scene where Liliana takes a picture of her friend from school. Olivia sees herself as pretty for the first time, contrary to what her mother keeps saying. The kidnapping and the sexual violence she's subjected to mark Oliva's crucial transformation, not only in her subjectivity, but also in the context of family balance. Her mother begins to understand and support her traumatized daughter, relinquishing her previous conventional beliefs on well-behaved young girls. Her brother also supports her, while her sister, her older sister, finds the strength of abandoning her own abusive husband. As the whole family suffers isolation and lack of institutional support, feminism spreads in Oliva's life and in the life of her family too, in the form of a consciousness for justice that pushes her to rebel against all those words and behaviors transmitted by her small town world. The encounter with feminist activist Maddalena helps Oliva see that her instinctive choice of refusing a shotgun marriage is legitimate, and seals an idea of feminism that exceeds the well-known slogan, "The personal is political." Oliva claims for herself her own experience and the lessons she has learned. And towards the end of the novel, she asks herself, but also her feminist friend Maddalena, why is it hard for us? Why do we need battles, petitions, rallies, burning bras, shower panties, beg to be believed, check the length of skirts, the color of lipstick, the broadness of smiles, the urgency of desires? Every story encompasses a public dimension, so it is significant that the book closes on how Oliva tries and succeeds to overcome her physical and psychological traumas. She becomes a teacher, marries a man who truly loves and respects her, comes back to her hometown, while her friend Liliana becomes a parliament member and succeeds in abrogating the law on shotgun marriage. Ardone reestablishes a clear connection with Italian feminist history, yet she also actualizes it by proposing a story of redemption and liberation that from a local dimension implicates an episode of national history. So it's also a way of rereading history, as we already said this morning. The oscillating of past and present, also sealed by the closeness between father and daughter, with their voices alternating in the last chapters of the novel, makes the microcosm of Oliva Denaro a powerful instrument for a critical self-analysis of feminist conquests in 20th century Italy. My second example here is Giulia Caminito's L'acqua del lago non è mai dolce, The Water of the Lake is Never Sweet, from 2021. It's a book that owes its popularity to a teasing advertising campaign, especially led by the readers, with whom she's regularly in touch through her social media channels. Before the book came out, as you can see on the right-hand side of my slide, the writer published on Facebook the list of the novel's chapters, asking her followers an immediate feedback on the chosen titles and also hinting at fragments of the plot. The enthusiasm and eagerness that this approach aroused were part of the strategic battage that accompanied the book well before it got shortlisted for two of the most prestigious literary awards in Italy, the Strega Prize and the Campiello, which she eventually won. The novel describes the misfortunes of a poor working class family dominated by a powerful and fierce mother figure, Antonia. However, the real protagonist is the daughter, Gaia, whose voice narrates a story of survival, which recalls some atmospheres of Italian neorealism. By presenting a conflictive mother-daughter bond within a general situation of social unhappiness, the novel centers the plot around Gaia's ungrateful and violent adolescent years during the 80s in a poor provincial town in Lazio, not far from Rome. Gaia became, against all expectations, an attractive character among readers due to her being raw and intense, ferocious even. She faces hardships and tragedies with a hostile and enraged social envy. The very beginning of the novel, there is a very big ego, narrating ego in this novel. And the very beginning, she says something very, very harsh, I would say. I think we're waste materials, meaning we, the low class to which she belongs. Useless cards in a complicated game, chipped marbles that no longer roll. We remained motionless on the ground, like my father, fallen from inadequate scaffolding on an illegal construction site. And from over there, from where we fell, we see others wearing gemstone necklaces. So Gaia's entering adulthood before her time contrasts the dreams of her mother, who would like her daughter to study and become brilliant. Gaia will do all of this, but at great cost, and still not conquer a place in the sun. The idea behind the novel, as writer Veronica Raimo said in a review, is that happiness exists as a form of redemption, yet this is functional to the system that produces material unhappiness. The raw bitterness of the plot has caught very well a widespread feeling of dissatisfaction shared by many Italians of Caminito's generation. The writer was born in 1988. The element of class inequality is a powerful tool that captures readers who today live precarious and uncertain situations, especially after the 2008 crisis and the 2020 pandemic. This generalized sense of loss is coupled with the absence of strong ideologies and political references, as well as with a language that is at the same time cascade-like, evocative and provocative. Although Caminito's reception has not been directly attached to an openly feminist agenda, the description of Gaia's misadventures makes her marginality, which is primarily one of class, also a gendered one. The book is, among other things, an experimental stream of consciousness where the main preoccupation seems to be the subversion of all those traditionally positive female characteristics attached to a heroine. Like Ardone, Caminito constructs a strong female-centered Bildung where mother and daughter rarely find how to fine-tune on each other's lives. Unlike Ardone, Caminito doesn't give any credit to female alliances. Gaia's female friendships are fragile, contradictory, and frustrating. The only close friend who may become an ally dies and leaves her lonelier than before. All of this makes the novel seem a sort of unfinished experiment with the Bildungsroman genre. Gaia knows she will never be as heroic as her mother, yet she detests her for being a direct reflection of the low social class to which the entire family is relegated. The whole process of Gaia's self-education through apparent success and actual self-sabotage marks the story as one where relationships fail to become what they could potentially become. It questions the reliability of intergenerational relations, the very symbolic fabric of what could hold mother and daughter together, yet is crushed by something too devastating and prevailing. In a way, Caminito seems to echo Ferrante's recent statement in her latest essay In the Margins on the Pleasures of Reading and Writing, where she's discussing her novels and saying, I muted the idea that I had to describe an out there, arranged in a narrative order, and had the duty to record it on the great scroll of realistic literature. Instead, I dipped into the warehouse of literary expression, taking out what I needed without indicating boundaries between high and low. In describing the gap between social expectations of a still too patriarchal society and the hardships of a young woman living in a poor Italian province, Caminito's novel moves towards the direction of an engaged middle brow that depicts Ferrante's out there, the real life through which an author wishes to intercept the troubles and the worries of a generation. Okay, so my third angle, the third angle from which I'm looking at Italian feminist middle brow is the rewriting of myths. So in a way, I'm bringing you one example first before I talk about Marilu Oliva, which is my third author. This is Mitiche. Mitiche is by Giulia Caminito, is a book conceived, published in 2020, book conceived for a teenage audience from where Greek classical heroines are retold not by focusing on the presence of the divine, I quote from the preface, on their husbands, on the wars, but rather by telling their thoughts, their fears and anxieties, their desires. Caminito, however, throughout the text maintains a third-person narration when reconstructing the lives of Medea, Penelope, or Ariadne. And you can see also that there was a theater adaptation of her Mitiche called Pandora, Don't Open That Vase, Pandora, Non Aprire Quel Vaso, which was pretty successful. An wholly female theater company organized that at the Teatro Cuminetti in Trento. So while Caminito maintains the third-person narration where reconstructing the lives of mythical women, teacher, blogger, and writer Marilu Oliva, born in the mid-70s, wrote a book called L'Odissea raccontata da Penelope, Circe, Calypso e le altre, where she gives mythological women the space to tell their story in the first person. Marilu Oliva reestablishes a connection with previous feminist rewritings of Homeric mythologies, making herself part of a rich and composite tradition that includes Margaret Atwood, Angela Carter, Madeline Miller, and I think thanks to Sandra later during the conference, we'll hear beautiful observations about this topic. Although Oliva has stated that she never wished to retrieve a feminist odyssey, the narrative focus on the female gazes of the story sheds a new light on the value of women's cultural memory, which enriches the classical myth standing at the core of Western literature. The Invitation to Women, launched by Adrienne Rich in 1972 to consider feminist literary revisions as a form of creative reappropriation of male traditions, finds an echo in much of Oliva's project. Her heroines are wise protagonists of Western and Mediterranean literary canons. Their experiences become filled with gender significance by being granted a dimension that restores female memory by also assigning a new agency to sexual difference. Furthermore, In this Odyssea, each heroine's voice adds a segment to a captivating polyphony of stories that take away from Odysseus his unique role as the sole protagonist and expand the dialogic and multi-layered nature of myth. I have two instances of Oliva's reinvention. One is where she tells Nausicaa, who is, unlike in the original poem, very empathic towards the hero, but also at some point audaciously goes upstairs to her bedroom in order to acquire a superior view on everything that happens in the royal hall where her father is listening to Odysseus. The second example is when Penelope, unlike the original Odyssey, is present at the massacre of her vulgar and violent suitors, so the description of the vengeance is told through her perspective. And in the original, we remind you, she sleeps in her chambers while her husband executes the suitors. Moreover, there is another, I would say, hidden palimpsest that shows the inner and transmedial nature of the epic tale. The order in which each female voice in Oliva's narrative tells her piece of story is the same order as that of a famous TV miniseries dedicated back in 1968 to Odyssey's Journey, directed by Franco Rossi and featuring Bekim Femio as Odysseus and Irene Papas as Penelope. By unintentionally connecting something of a shared transmedial cultural memory, Oliva has actively retrieved the female protagonist, just like the TV screenplay had done almost more than 50 years ago. By multiplying the diegetic perspectives, she effectively reproduced women's active agency in the transmission of the Homeric myth for present and future generations of readers. This is another quick example. I was briefly mentioning it before to Sandra. This is the latest book by Marilu Oliva about Dido's Aeneid, where she also introduces the theme of sisterhood between goddesses and Dido. And because she chose to intertwine their voices. So there's another example which would be interesting to look at. In the wake of Ferrante, other women authored novels published in Italy over the past few years provide genuine and powerful forms of storytelling that strongly call for a return to a complex, material, and involving realism. At the same time, their success in terms of sales and visibility has consolidated their status as skillful page turners, providing at once plots that are both engaging and engaged. As Diana Holmes writes, middlebrow novels satisfy a human, it would seem particularly feminine, desire for stories, and at the same time, a thirst for knowledge and self-development. Along with these elements, I would suggest that the text I have briefly presented can be considered successful middlebrow feminist novels because they share some of these characteristics. An insistence on materialism with references to bodily and psychological painful situations, conflicts and traumas that often interconnect private and collective dimensions. This, I would say, creates a refraction into the reader's lives and triggers strong mechanism of identification. Second element, I would say, is the immersive construction of a poetics of place, which in Italy often coincides with the regional environment, along with the wide presence of sensorial elements that make the contact with these texts fluid and appealing. Third element would be the central strong female figures that experience forms of struggle and engage in various forms of resistance, epitomizing personal and social changes. This galvanizes, especially female readers, living in a contemporary time still fraught with gender violence and discriminations. And finally, I would mention, because of my own personal experience as a translator, the translatability of these texts, the fact that they have an impact on international audiences, thus expanding the scope of their plots, their voices, and their contexts. So now in my second and last part, I will discuss female readership and marketplace feminism in Italy. So the need for greater visibility, Monica earlier today mentioned a book I simply, that was seminal to me as well, which is Mad Woman in the Attic, where the visibility of women's writing was introduced, the well-known refrain of feminist literary criticism. So at least its publication in 1979. In the 80s, Italian cultural and academic circles became increasingly aware of the existence of a line of foremothers historically neglected by literary chronicles. This went hand in hand with the growth of women's libraries and bookshops, as well as feminist literary societies throughout the 80s and 90s. However, none of these phenomena ever reached a mass readership, resulting in self-ghettoization of those circles. Things are quite different today. Among the main agents of the discovery and dissemination of women's literature is the Società Italiana delle Letterate, Italian Society of Women of Letters, which has now existed for over 25 years, along with important cultural associations and magazines such as Leggendaria and Letterate magazine, which is purely exclusively online. Both the Società delle Letterate and the Italian book fair called Feminism, which just finished its 3 months long series of sessions and events, and which was inaugurated in 2018, these represent formidable observatories of all the tendencies in women's literature in Italy, by giving attention to past writers as well as to newer authors, both established and upcoming. As early as 2005, British author Ian McEwan was laconically declaring that when women stop reading, the novel will be dead. The global success of female narratives during and after the Elena Ferrante and the Ferrante fever has changed forever the face of the market, as well as affecting how publishers and audience perceive women writers. Ferrante has shifted the attention towards a form of female immersive storytelling imbued with political issues that, while specifically addressing women, talk to everyone. Parallel to this, as shown by several recent studies, the novel is the genre that is currently produced and purchased in increasingly higher quantities compared to other genres. This leads it to be more and more conceived with a marketing logic driven by sales. From this point of view, according to critic and scholar Matteo Mocca, and to many other observers, Italian novels risk to lose fulfilling a social role and, above all, having a political value. This also becomes the mirror of a society in which their hierarchical scale between high and low is gradually replaced by a horizontal approach. In today's digitalized society, the term visibility becomes slippery, dangerously close to an economy based on being seen, no matter how and what is seen, because the idea, whichever idea it may be, can be sold as a product. One interesting phenomenon concerns literature written by women ideally addressed to young girls, which is advertised through ad hoc campaigns on widely read Italian newspapers like Repubblica or Corriere della Sera. Already in 2017, a commentator in Corriere della Sera was noticing a different trend in the sales of books written by women. He was referring to the success stories such as the one of Storie della Buonanotte per Bambine Ribelli, Good Night Stories for Rebel Girls, published in 2016 by Francesca Cavallo and Elena Cavilli, a huge project originated from a crowdfunding that earned the authors over $1 million collected from 70 different countries. But let's look at the lesser happy aspects of this. So to what extent are women writers read and reviewed in Italy? According to data from the Observatory on Women and Men in Publishing, with data started to be collected in 2018, 24% fewer female writers are reviewed than male writers. And female cultural journalists publish 30% less than their male counterparts. In particular, out of the total number of reviews, 64 women writers are reviewed against 107 male authors. And the authors of the reviewers are 35% female and 65% male. Women are mainly reviewed by women. but only in 57.6%, while the male writers, they review everyone. And 79%, they prefer to review male narratives. Diana Holmes legitimately, I would say, asks and observes, does it matter if critics patronize and marginalize women writers, since readers seem to simply ignore them, and thanks to new media, now have the public forums in which to express alternative views? The problem is that critical silence makes it particularly difficult for a woman author to aspire to both literary recognition and a wide readership, which is surely a legitimate goal for any writer. This echoes to the somewhat schizophrenic situation in Italy, where on the one hand, women writers emerge as powerful, exposed economic actors of the cultural industry, in as much as they are acquired as pure products, whereas on the other hand, the citadel of highbrow readers, academics, literary critics, and reviewers, treat them with condescendence, sometimes openly placing them on the level of mainstream chick lit books a la Bridget Jones. Let's not forget that, as I hope to have partly shown in my previous analysis, the issues thematized by successful Italian women writers are what makes the real difference in the dissemination of a feminist awareness among readers. So what can impede and frustrate the change in ourselves, in relationships and in identities? What can hinder what Professor Jill Rai called the reading dialogue, permitted by a collective feminist endeavor where critics, writers, and as well as readers would be equally involved in a dynamic and continuous path of self-recognition and open possibilities? Problems may arise, I would say, from the commodification of feminism, something which is the object of Andy Zeisler's beautiful book, We Were Feminist Once, where she argues for a notion of marketplace feminism and criticizes its transformation into a pop and depoliticized epiphenomenon. So this mass-oriented tendency to blur the importance for mothers and their struggles in favor of a solely market-driven perspective where texts exhibiting supposedly feminist plots are in fact suggesting models of neo-capitalist self-made individual behavior. Such directions in the production, circulation, and reception of feminist ideas may become part of a mechanism entirely focused on the satisfaction of induced consumeristic desires. I see there a great risk that the conquest of feminism may be lost, as well as a risk that intergenerational and transnational scholarship dedicated to women writers and their readerships may not survive. The spreading of marketplace feminism through the main cultural debate, especially through social media, has provoked the insurgence of improvised academic feminist careers, whereby scholars who so far had never engaged in readings of bell hooks, Elena Ferrante, or Adriana Cavarero, do so in order to acquire visibility, to reestablish powerful connections, to seal their own positions. I suggest 3 key words to reconfigure and better understand, at least partly, what is going on in middle-brow Italian literature by women and how to contrast the bad effects of feminist marketplace. These words are genealogy, transnationalism, and relationality. I would venture to say that feminism could benefit if we, the critics, pursued these 3 aspects in our work. With genealogy, I mean the fact that writers more and more seek for a renewed relationship with feminist authors and intellectuals from previous generations. So they write introductions to their republished novels, they edit anthologies, they actively work with publishing houses which promote women's literature, they directly create a dialogue with fellow writers who experienced feminism, so looking at previous generations. Transnationalism is what we were discussing earlier, and this morning too. Translation and market are 2 axes along which feminist middlebrow literature is taking its bravest steps. The successful efforts of contemporary women writers to make their work visible in other languages have broken the spell of a women's literature known and discussed solely inside academic circles. The scholarship on Ferrante and her readership have proved that this is the case in spite of media attacks, circumscribed as they may be, or hostile highbrow environments. So today, writers promote themselves whenever they get translated and interact with readers from other countries, especially through social media, which provide the first and main crucial tool to convey feminist ideas and immersive desires among readers. I would also mention in particular the fact that women writers actively use social digital communication to interact with school and university students who are keen on listening to what these writers have to say rather than merely reading their books. And finally, relationality. Some contemporary Italian women writers with a feminist consciousness tend to create alliances, just like feminist scholars do inside and outside academia. The Società Italiana delle Letterate is an early example of this trend. In fact, it may have set the trend of establishing cooperation that would engender creative literary projects. As a lateral example, my own relationality with other Ferrante scholars, Tiziana Derogati, Stiliana Milkova, Adalgisa Giorgio, Enrica Ferrara, Katrin Velin-Giorgi, and many more, on a continuous exchange that feeds on each one's experience and specific interests and background. So to conclude, the readers of female author texts that turn into international market success are no longer solely literature specialists, as shown by global novels bearing strong feminist messages. Suffice it to mention here Margaret Atwood, Elizabeth Strout, or Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. These books talk to women and men thanks to the circulation of translations. It is actually the scholars who have now modified, or should modify, their gaze in order to capture how society is being transformed by the words, the images, and the situations with which these writers imbue our complex, interconnected reality. In response to the sociological emptying out of feminism in media culture, many Italian narratives react by moving in various directions and repropose materialism, familiarity with living matter, thus going partly against the parameters indicated by Anglo-American feminism, increasingly focused on social constructivism and on binary logic. The materiality of women's experiences are central elements of the feminism of difference, specifically European feminism, to which Italian women writers owe a lot in terms of symbolic reinvention. A middle-brow literature that incorporates feminist issues in itself thus revitalizes the materiality of bodies and the experiences related to them. In this moment of advanced capitalism in which matter becomes more and more a bargaining good mediated by technologies. Within a multilingual dimension, Italian feminist literary criticism may find the necessary impetus to watch over any drift of feminist marketing. So middle brow can become an effective strategy to repropose and relaunch feminist ideas. And in La Frantumaglia, Ferrante says, I renounce nothing that can give pleasure to the reader, not even what is considered old, trite, vulgar, not even the devices of genre fiction. If a novel has that, it needs nothing else. It can continue on its way, drawing its readers along, even if necessary, into its opposite, the anti-novel. So the central core of literary feminism resides, I believe, in continuously learning how to talk about margins, challenges, traumas, processes of losing and regaining. If these aspects become instrumental to market mechanisms to the point of becoming impossible to control them, the potential for reversal, the potential for change, so reading for change, will be emptied from the inside. In addition to the excessive and obvious visibility, the feminist novel should also be able to escape the mechanism of totalizing communication that covers and interprets everything, filling words with meanings based on trends. There should remain a noyau dur of unspoken stories that cannot be absorbed by oversimplified social media products. And I thank you.
Thank you, Serena, for a very dense presentation, which has ranged between so many aspects of the situation, between themes, genre conventions, ideas that underpin these narratives, relationships with the economic and market forces, social media, the implication of all of these elements for literary criticism and for telling us what our role should be or could be from now on. So I would like now to open the floor to questions. So are there any questions? Please do put your questions in the chat or raise your hand. Daria. And Daria Forlenza has a question.
Thank you, Adalgisa. Thank you, Serena, for your speech because it was beautiful, and thank you for giving an insight of a lot of questions that are and issues that are really important. First of all, I would like to ask you if you could speak about the term hybridization in relation to the Ferrante case. Do you think that this Ferrante's novel obtained mass appeal because it's easier, it's a novel that can be can affect a readership? Why it's important that this novel has had this kind of hybridization? You also spoke about the idea that no feminist is an island, and I was thinking of this sentence, and I was thinking, so because you conclude your speech with the idea of interaction and to give more attention to margins. And so in your opinion, what is marginality, and what do you think one can do to give more attention to this kind of reality, marginality? I think there are more than one question, but if you want that I explain better the questions, you can tell me. Thank you.
I think I understood the 2-3 main points that you're making here, and I thank you so much because they raise a lot of important meditations, I would say. I mean, it's such a, we're at the crossroads between textual analysis, but textual analysis brings us, of course, to sociology of literature here. So the issue of the margins is crucial, but the issue of the margins as represented by Elena Ferrante, I believe, became so successful because not only did it give birth to emotional, not just cognitive responses. I'm here quoting a beautiful talk that Diana Holmes gave yesterday, actually, in Strasbourg. So the emotional response was present there because it was talking, of course, a little bit like what other writers did eventually, like the same Giulia Caminito, to a wide range of social classes, a wide range of situations, discussing, for example, the internal migration between South and North of Italy, discussing the access to education by girls from lower classes, and of course, the fact that we all have to somehow cope with pervasive patriarchal violence. So these were all channels through which the success became solid, it became guaranteed, and became prolonged throughout time, which is why we still want to watch on HBO My Brilliant Friend, even though we have watched it several times. I mean, that happens to me. I see it on HBO and I just, okay, I'll watch it again. But the fact is that she's not creating an identity politics out of those margins. She's possibly triggering different kinds of reactions that exceed the tendency to make of feminism a sort of arena where the identity is being defended against the stronghold of patriarchy. I think she did something that exceeds that complicates that even. So probably the consequences of this success can be seen on the hybridization of the communication of these topics in social media, because there is the identification mechanism, which is very visible in the transmedial adaptations of Elena Ferrante. But you also have the fact that these stories are unique. They're close to us, but they're also unique. They're artistically unique. They're paying a large tribute to previous generations of women in Italy and outside of Italy who have fought and struggled to obtain what we today obtain, what we have obtained in spite of constant backlashes. The hybridization of the media is something else. I was briefly referring to the way that there is a emotivism in social media. When you like a book, you put a lot of emojis, you comment a lot, you write a lot of emotional involved sentences. That can turn the book into a product of success. But that doesn't exhaust the potential of the book to talk to generations of readers which are transversal. So I believe that if we stop at seeing the immediate emotional response pervaded as it is throughout the social media, so through alternative channels that are not the main channels of publishing industry, then we lose something. We should try to see beyond the mere product placement of these stories. I don't know if I have answered though, so please correct me if I blurb too much.
Okay, it looks as if Daria is satisfied.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Serena.
Okay, and we have another question from, forgive me if I don't pronounce your name correctly, Metka Zupancic.
Perfect. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm really glad that somebody mentioned your conference. A friend sent me the link and I made sure that I registered. I'm a French scholar. I worked in Alabama and I'm back in Slovenia right now. And I still work in feminist literature and research. And I'm really very, very glad that I heard your talk, the keynote, because it brought together a lot of things that I'm interested in. I read Ferrante in Italian, all the 4 books and other books, and so that was my, going back to Italian. I would say, to respond to your middlebrowish comment, I think that the contemporary literature by women and by men, for that matter, is very much middlebrowish in general. I think that it's a sign of something that's going on, and I would like you to comment upon it, of course. It's a sign of that, the being fed up with the exploratory literature. I wrote my dissertation on Claude Simon, and I translated him, and the longest sentence in one of his books, Les Géorgiques, is 17 pages long sentence. So, that's the highbrowish literature. And then I did write a book on Hélène Sixou, and I continue working on her, and that's highbrowish in many ways, of course. But I think that there's the need, in order to achieve what you quoted in terms of Ferrante, to achieve that access to the communication, to the sorority, as we called it in a number of publications that we made together. The sorority can be achieved, and those medical patterns can be changed, remodeled, if we work together, if we develop the collective consciousness. And I think that, middlebrowishness is a very good term, and it is, to me, an appropriate way to reach a larger audience. And then, of course, we can put aside the commercial aspects of literature. But as long as there is something that's happening, and I think that every story carries archetypes, and that every story will rewrite the archetypes in a new way, if possible, that will then change the readership. I would really very much like to have your reaction to it.
Thank you, Falati, Metka. I know you work. I know you work on 6.2, so it's a pleasure to meet
thank you so much
virtually. I live and work in Zagreb, so
wow.
Yeah. I'm thinking of what Elena Ferrante says when she uses the word urti here. The hits, the fact of bumping into something. Why am I thinking of that? Because it is true that everything is pervasively becoming middlebrowish, and it is true that in order to construct this relationality, this commonality, and this sorority that you mentioned, it is useful to keep both our eyes open on what is going on in the world, in the market, and throughout different layers of society. But it is also true that I think she achieved both levels, and very few writers are doing that because they have an eye only or most exclusively at the market. She achieved both levels because there is a strong connection with a genealogy of women who preceded her. So the gaze at history and the gaze at feminist history especially allowed her to be, first of all, a great reader of feminist texts. And then through those readings, she was able to pour in all the knowledge and the notions and to actually manipulate them, but it's such an artistic and creative way that you don't mind that. You don't mind that she's so very much intertextual in her reading and writing and rephrasing and translating and adapting of other women's words. So in that sense, she still teaches the middle brow, or supposedly so, audience to be a little bit less middle brow, because she kind of raises their expectations, but also gives them the urti, the bumps that solicit and stimulate and actually create a problematization of the topics that she's putting on in the arena of her narratives. I don't think that every single writer who inspires him or herself to feminist principles is able to do the same, but because it's simply there are other options and that there are other objectives. And of course, we have to face the fact that this is part of an industry. So once it's part of an industry, and as you correctly said at the beginning of your observation, we are now in a capitalist situation where, of course, everything can be commodified, everything can become a product. So I think that the expansion of her, the range of her experience as a narrator and the range of her proposal as a narrator and as a thinker can be always a source of surprise, of discovery, precisely because there is this interaction between past and present, between the languages, between the translations, between the deterritorialization of the nation, of course, because she is a global author. So, of course, there's no claiming of any national tradition only there. National tradition is very porous in Ferrante, so that allows Italian language to also to be something else, something that modernist writers probably did not imagine. So it's a beautiful and fascinating topic what you're raising. So thank you. I hope I answered partly.
Well, absolutely. I would just add that when McCowan talks about women reading and when they will stop reading their women literature, you know, but who wrote the stories for women? Flaubert. And going back to mythology, you know, who wrote the myth about women? And that's yet another story, right? Thank you so much, Serena. And
Może, absolutno.
Thank you very much, Metka. Other questions from the floor? No? Well, then I'll ask one. Serena, I'm interested in if you could expand a bit the issue of hunger for reality, and also, also realism, obviously, which is connected to that, in relation to the fact that some of these novels, this new trend, are heavily, let's say, accented in the sense that they refer to a regional, and I'm using the word in a non, negative, without a negative connotation, in a regional context, which is strong in patriarchal, maybe, arrangements, or like the south of Italy, or political, a strongly politicized or needing politicization, context of this kind, like Naples, like Sicily. And among the novels that you have outlined today, I can see how Ardone's work is strongly connoted with regional references and political references, both Il Treno dei Bambini and Oliva Denaro and other novels that I have read. Similarly, Ferrante, obviously, we have again a strongly Neapolitan setting, but Caminito's story is very much lacking in depth and spessore, as we say in Italian, as it comes to setting. So how do you think these differences play out in terms of success, transnationality? How are they relevant? Is it relevant that some of them glide over the political, economic aspects that create those the reality in which the characters live and react to, like Gaia in Caminito? I wonder whether that is an important aspect or in any way relevant.
I think it's a crucial aspect. Thank you so much for the question, on which I will have to reflect furthermore, because we've been talking about these things for many times, but still there are things that need to be analyzed in depth. I would say that, first of all, there is a generational difference in terms of how much memory of feminist struggles, for example, is present in Caminito's poetics, and how much of that memory can be featured and can become recognizable in Ardone or Marilu Oliva's, for example, work. I think the crucial transition between the 80s and the 90s in Italy was a breaking point, because with that, the excesses of the 80s, and I'm talking about the 80s excess in terms of economic yuppism and economic expectations and growth of apparent economic growth and apparent growth in terms of professional possibilities for young people, that suddenly came to a stop in the early 90s with the crisis of 1992, with the socio-political decay in every social layer of our country. And so I think that Caminito somehow, even though maybe not consciously, expresses that in form of trauma, in terms of absence of that regional references, in terms of linguistic reference even, because possibly that's not the kind of food that was on our table any longer. It's something that already belongs to a slightly earlier generation of women in Italy, of women who went to school in the 90s. I'm from 1980. Giulia Caminito is from 1988. And I can already sense that there is a slight difference in terms of cultural references and linguistic references to what we have been exposed, to which we have been exposed. That lack of depth and spessore in her writing, I think also responds to a more liquid, Bauman would say, society, sort of society where even the most basic geographical and social and cultural references have been lost, because there was a huge crisis in Italian school system. when Caminito was studying, I don't know, in high school, the references coming from publishing houses and the kind of books that were translated in the early 90s and in the mid 90s, of course, nourished and influenced her in a much different way than what Ardone, Marilu Oliva, or the same Elena Ferrante might have been exposed to. So I think that we're talking here, we could say that there is a biographical fracture between these authors. The regional reference is still important in the market. I'm not afraid of spelling out this word, but because it's still what is being asked. When I was studying Sicilian historical fiction in the 90s until the mid 2000s, I talked to a lot of editors and publishers, even quite important, like people from Einaudi and Mondadori. And it became very clear that once La Lunga Vita di Marianna Ocria by Dacia Maraini came out in the 90s, the regional reference became somehow a guarantee of success and sales for women writers altogether. So the presence of regional influence and the fact that women could reread regional literature, reading against the grain of Sciascia, Tomasi di Lampedusa, or I don't know, Domenico Rea for Campania and Naples, that was a guarantee of success and of sales. And that became sort of a label put on every woman who was writing from those regions. And the more dialectal they were, the more they were encouraged to insist on that aspect. So also the regional, of course, with the success of Andrea Camilleri, the regional aspect of Italian literature and Italian historical fiction became crucial, but it slipped away when it came to women writers from the second part of the 2000s onwards, because it also became sort of a liquid reference. Now, every region sort of resembles any other region. So it is difficult to go back unless you have a safe space like the one created by Ferrante, which is not a safe space at all, because it problematizes deeply the space of Naples and the space of the Rione from different perspectives. But one has to read through the different layers, I would say, before trying to apply those labels that might have been useful for writers born in the 70s could not be enough. We probably have to look beyond that. I don't know if I have answered.
Yes, it's very interesting. And I could respond now in terms of, because we could talk about this for years probably, but I'll first of all go around again the participants in the room. Is there anybody? Sandra.
Thank you so much, Serena. That was absolutely fantastic. I've taken pages of notes, and I'm just writing notes from the Q&A now, and hoping that I can at one point read these novels. I've got two small questions, if possible. So that you sort of that list of the kind of the four things that characterize the novels that you've been talking about, and I was just wondering, how does the poetics of place relate to translatability? Because sometimes you might think that they could be counterintuitive, right? That a specific poetics of place might be more difficult to translate, say, into Romanian, into English, into French, etc. So what's the relationship between those two? And then the second one is linked, I guess this one's linked to what you were discussing with Adalgisa, but also, sort of thinking about some of these novels not tackling necessarily, social or political or economic issues. Do you think that might be a sort of a conscious choice in the sense that, well, we don't want to, or, like just because I'm writing as a woman, I don't necessarily have to deal with every single issue that links, that sort of partakes to women's lives. I don't have to be that representative. Do you see that? So is there a sort of, it's not my job to necessarily fit, to kind of sort all of these issues out as, thinking about the women writers here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandra, for these inspiring questions. Again, there would be hours of discussions here. I don't even know where to start. But as for your first question, the connection between poetics of place and translatability, I would say that the digital world made the huge difference in terms also of the pleasure of reading and the pleasure of writing about places that one wants to make more accessible. Because I personally think the translatability of authors that I've been working on was allowed by the huge factor of spreading on the web pictures of those places and basically thematizing. I don't know, I'm thinking of the Strait of Messina because I work a lot on Nadia Terranova, and being from Messina myself, that pushed me towards that direction of rethinking in critical terms the space where I was born and where I was growing up. So yeah, the presence of digitalization, of digital communication could be central acts of that allows translatability to be carried on by a poetics of place that thinks of a local but looks at the global, if you want a sort of a slogan there. And of course the adaptations there play a huge role too, because adaptations, transmedial adaptations, and I'm thinking about the tendency, for example, of writers, women writers in Italy to endeavor in graphic novels, which is something that is quite recently as a phenomenon, but also affects, of course, the visual imagery of readers. And in that way, it translates, if you want, in a much immediate and unmediated way towards potential foreign readers. So I think those would be two possible ways of looking at that. Oh yeah, the second question was about the political engagement, whether women writers feel the need to create that écart, to distance themselves from the topics. Of course, being a woman and being a writer in Italy has to deal with all sorts of material difficulties. But as I was trying to say in my talk, there's no such a thing as a women writer who programmatically, okay, you have to be intellectually honest, of course, but programmatically that will say, I will deal with this topic because I know that it's a topic that sells. But you see the effects of that. On the other hand, when you have women writers who objectively steer away from those topics in order to deal with something more intimate, or even with something that only male writers have dealt with so far, then if possible, maybe I'm biased, but if possible, those are even more feminist texts, because once you tackle the canonical tradition, and once you try to rewrite, to put your voice in the arena in terms of genre, in terms of linguistic choices, in terms of syntax, then it becomes an experiment worth reading, just because of the fact that particular narrator has succeeded so far putting out there her story, her experience, her way of shaping the world. So there's always something political, I would say. But I'm particularly thinking of the Italian publishing industry here, which is it's filled with obstacles for women. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. There is a question from Emily Billman, which is addressed to me. I presume that Emily would like to know what I think, or my response to Serena's answer to my question. But maybe we can do this on a separate occasion, because I would like to leave space for questions for our speaker. If you don't mind, Emily, we could have a chat ourselves at some point. I'd like to ask, first of all, what if there are any more questions on the paper, on Serena's paper. Any questions? Okay. If there aren't any, I do have another question for Serena, and then we'll see at the end if there is time for me to say something. At one point, Serena, I've lost Serena. Are you there? I don't see her on the screen. Okay. You say that this might be a literature for young people. And this is something that struck me, that even, a lot of this literature has young adolescents or even children as protagonists, and they are Bildungsroman of young people who then reach adulthood. And while I also noticed there's a few of these writers I have been reading, apart from Ardone, but also other Neapolitan writers I've read recently who write in the same vein, are teachers. And is there a link, in your opinion, and the fact that this could be a literature for young people and is affected by the fact that these people these authors see young people, their privileged or preferred audience, exactly to obtain that change that we've been talking about?
Absolutely. Viola Ardone teaches in high school.
Yeah.
So, and Marilu Oliva is a teacher who recently published a book written with her son about, it's a book that narrativizes and thematizes bullying in schools through the experience of her son's friend, which I found very interesting, for example, to counter the violence that we see more and more featured in our daily chronicles. So definitely, yes, the fact that young people have not been are no longer just identified as a publishing target, let's say, as potential buyers, or their parents, of course, who buy books for them, but also as featured characters in stories. I think beautifully connects with many of our best authors in the Italian Novecento, because the perspective of a young girl in a novel, and the fact that you can see the novel growing up, this young girl into a young woman, which is what we, of course, witness in Elena Ferrante's Neapolitan Quartet. But not only that, I'm thinking of, I don't know, Natalia Ginsburg or Elsa Morante. I mean, the great authors that marked the tradition on which some of these writers openly, to which most of the writers openly refer to. The fact that they're teachers, yes. And I think it's, that would be a topic to be further explored, also in relation to the fact that Italian literature, through the epitomization of education and access to school, and the fact that generations talk to each other, those elements make Italian literature even more translatable abroad. Because in my opinion, when you are able to look at society through the school system and how the school system reacts to changes among young generations, then you have partly won your battle already, because that means that you are able to descend from high to low, if you want, to put yourself under their skin, to tell things through their experience, but also to create a dialogue with potential younger readers. There is, for example, another, I think, beautiful tendency in Italian publishing industry, mostly written by women, which is scientists who write books for younger girls. And these books are very often adopted in schools. They're used in schools as collateral materials that integrate normal programs. And this you can see very clearly at the feminist book fair I mentioned earlier, Feminism, organized by the Società delle Letterate. There are stands, entire selling points of books solely dedicated, I don't know, to female paleontology, female archaeology, and women in science in general. I think that is precisely what is going on. I think that means that they're no longer seen as a target, as a market target, but also as interlocutors for implementing some changes in society.
If there are no questions, I would like just to make one little tangential, or probably it's a very important question about among young people and the fact that, you know, these new social shared forms of reading, which are primarily done online, like book groups and other forms of shared reading experiences. So how does this link to what you were just telling us about young people, not so much any longer as targets for the market, but as protagonists, but actually as readers now? Do we have a kind of phenomenology also of reading?
I would say yes, because there are studies that testify, studies written by librarians and academic scholars equally, sometimes collaborating with each other. For example, some schools in Rome and central Italy or in Bologna have done very interesting experiments in crowd and social reading. So when, for example, you have a book group that's been held on a platform, what happens is that there is this unprecedented reading mode where readers directly interact with the authors, or, for example, they receive teasers about the next book coming out and want to know more, or ask questions, or express more often their own personal opinions on what they've just read. A little bit like Anobi, what Anobi does and what other similar websites do. So once the reading becomes part of a shared experience, there are two possible effects. One, I would say, quite dangerous, and one extremely positive. The risk, which I see as a risk, but if contained, that doesn't have to be necessarily one dangerous thing, is that there is more and more the phenomenon of emotional social reading, where this emotional social reading actually looks more at the personal identity of the reader and personal responses of the reader, rather than at creating an interaction with what is actually being read. So there is a shift of the focus from the text, from what the text creates in terms of reactions, to the reaction itself. And there are people discussing and even fighting with each other about whether a book has been, you know, what is giving them, what has been giving them, what has it represented for them, because there is also this discourse of representation, what it tells to me, what I feel. No, so the emotivism that runs wild through social media can be a source of a misshapen disseminations of these books. The positive aspect, of course, is that the circulation of books through social and crowd reading annuls the physical and the symbolic distances and the class differences, and contributes to all the good that middlebrow represents. So in a way, of course, enhances the access to practices of reading and writing, also from people who maybe never picked up a book in their life. And of course, it stimulates the social aspect of reading, stimulates the fact that reading actually changes your life, that it changes your habits, that it changes your imagery, and creates, of course, beautiful but also risky mechanisms of identification with what you have read. We will hear tomorrow from Marie-Lise and Francesca, for example, about Margaret Atwood. Margaret Atwood is a very interesting epiphenomenon, and what the phenomenon of Handmaid's Tale and the HBO adaptation has done in Italy. I'm thinking of the positive effects that this book and the series had on the discussions and the restrictions on abortions, for example. Now that's the purely political and purely sociological positive aspects being finally visible to all. And I think that's very, very interesting. And Margaret Atwood's books are now being discussed in many different sorts of book clubs, crowd and shared readings. And there are dozens of Italian fan page, Facebook, Instagram. So it is quite a phenomenon. So I think it's worth further meditating on this.
I think we are over our time. It's 4 minutes past 3. So it's been a wonderful session, and I am sure that lots of these, many of these aspects can return, and we can come back to them throughout the end of today and tomorrow. And especially Emily, I'm sorry I didn't reply to that, but I'm sure there will be an opportunity sometimes between today and tomorrow to come back to that, and I will keep that in mind and see whether I can fit an answer somewhere for you. Okay, so we stop now, and there is a break of now 10 minutes, and we'll see, go and have a break for 10 minutes, and we'll be back here. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Serena, for a wonderful talk and discussion.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, for the third panel today. Thank you very much, first of all, to Sandra and Adalgisa, first of all, for organizing this conference and also for inviting me. My name is Milena Romano. I'm I was about to say a PhD student. No, I'm not. I'm a lecturer in European politics, actually, at the University of Bath. So thank you very much once again for inviting me and giving me the chance to explore also other dimensions available around. They also know how much I love Elena Ferrante's books, so that's why. So this third panel is entitled Engaging with Readers' Affects, and we have two panelists today. So we're going to start with Cécile, if it's okay for you. Cécile is a PhD student. She's earned a master in French from the University of Arkansas. Her dissertation explores how the contemporary feel-good novels reflect a modern capitalist ethos that subsumes feeling good to desiring and consuming a fabricated social idea, exacerbated by Facebook, Instagram, and other social media platforms. So today, Cécile is going to present us a paper titled The Feel-Good Novel or the Anguish of Happiness. I guess you have around sort of 20 minutes because we only have two panelists. Then we're going to give the floor to Rebecca, and then I will open the floor to the rest of the participants for questions. Whenever you're ready, Cécile.
Thank you very much. So I will be presenting a paper that is called The Feel-Good Novel and the Anguish of Happiness. And I apologize for my accent because when I get stressed out, it really comes out. So if you don't understand something, please feel free to let me know. All right. So over the last 10 years, the French literary landscape has witnessed the birth of a new genre, the feel-good novel. Sold in hundreds of thousands of copies, feel-good novels have found their place in a competitive literary market. Omnipresent, a feel-good novel has invaded our daily life. From highway rest areas to renowned bookstores and supermarket shelves, this new genre is accessible to all. Inexpensive and widely acclaimed, it has managed to make a place for itself in the lives of the French. Indeed, these feel-good novels have a number of attractive characteristics that make them entertaining, pleasant, and easy to read. This presentation aims to show that thanks to its wide readership, the feel-good novel can reach a large number of readers, thus facilitating a collective awareness of the dysfunctions of a society that has become alienating, and in which it is impossible to flourish as an individual. However, I will show that the feel-good novel denounces these tensions while perpetuating them, and proposes only temporary solutions that allow to navigate the society without bringing real changes. The importance of this genre lies more in the representation of contemporary French society, and more particularly of women and their role in it, than in the solution it offers. This representation allows a collective awareness necessary to the opening of a discussion on the place that the women occupies in the current society. This discussion could potentially help reflect and offer viable solutions in the short and long term. So the feel-good novel, although it is not yet a very well-defined genre, seems to be distinguished by several characteristics. First of all, this new genre seems to be focused on everyday life. It is written in a flowy style that makes it easy to read. it is necessarily positive. It allows readers to escape while identifying easily with the protagonists. Thus, the feel-good novel is part of the reader's quest for happiness, both immediate and long-term. As Omar explains in his work, Quest and Representation of Happiness, the happiness so desired, in her work, so desired, fruit of the imagination, allows the man to forge projects. That is to say, to work out the imaginary projection of a goal to be reached, that to be happy, because the reason leads the man to seek happiness, some different means that he uses. This quest for happiness is therefore universal. More than universal and timeless, the quest for happiness is of paramount importance in human consciousness, for happiness serves as the culmination of the individual's existence. Thus, the success of the contemporary man or woman, is measured on the happiness barometer. Yet, it seems to be endless. Indeed, the meaning of happiness having changed with the evolution of society, it would seem that it has shifted and turned into social pressures. The consumer society, social networks, and competitiveness are all factors that push human beings to improve their life comfort as well as to perfect themselves. According to the philosopher Agnès, this desire to have a life as perfect as possible, or at least to be able to pretend to have one, comes from the idea that the recognition of others is one of the factors necessary for self-fulfillment. Despite all the positive aspects, this literary genre continues to get a bad press because of its feminine character. In other words, it is recreational, commercial, popular, and sentimental. In reality, this literature could be very useful. On the one hand, the flowing style as well as the everyday stories make these novels easy to read. By making reading enjoyable, these novels counteract the feeling of gloom that has settled in the lives of readers. Indeed, the Yellow Vest crisis in France, the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, followed by the French presidential elections, demonstrate an extreme tension within France. To counter this feeling of disillusionment, the French readers feel a real need to escape, a need that has only intensified during the 2020 lockdown. For many people, the pandemic felt like the end of the world, or at least the end of the world as we know it, and it came to and lingered on an already grim atmosphere. The feel-good novels, which allows the reader to discover new avenues of personal fulfillment while having a good time, is a tool to counter the angst and discontent that we see emerging among the population after years of progress and relative prosperity. On the other hand, feel-good novels highlight certain problems and social pressures that prevent women from fully fulfilling their desires and potentials, both in the professional and private spheres. However, these dysfunctions are mostly internalized and therefore invisible to men and women. And this creates a feeling of uneasiness whose cause is really difficult to identify. The feel-good novel invites us to reflect and tries to propose solutions. So the story of Sophie, the protagonist of Caroline Boudet's feel-good novel, which is entitled Juste un peu de temps, which is just a little bit of time, and is published in May 2018, is significant. In this novel, the author addresses the issue of the mental load by featuring a protagonist named Sophie, who, fed up with her daily life, interrupted by the never-ending amount of things she has to think about, decides to leave on a whim. It is by doing an introspection that she approaches the issues that she has been facing in her professional environment. Sophie brings to light a real dysfunction within the company. She compares her supervisor's reaction to her pregnancy with that of her male colleague. And so I quote, "She was showered. Worse, she had just taken the Niagara Falls on the top of the head. She looked down and stood up as Marie-Jeanne had just done. That was the end of the interview. It hadn't gone at all as she had hoped. It was the end of the feeling that she lived in a modern country where she was considered for her qualities and not for what she had or didn't have between her legs. Her boss had given her the impression that she had betrayed the company. Her male colleague was praised, and she was reproached with barely concealed blame. End of the quote. Sophie's reaction demonstrates a real problem with the perception of women and motherhood in the workplace. Indeed, by lowering her eyes, Sophie betrays a feeling of shame, which should no longer have a place in our society today. Moreover, motherhood disturbs the smooth running of the company, conferring more value to a commercial entity than a human being, under the pretext that replacing Sophie might slow down the company's work production. Finally, this paragraph implies that women, despite having a different biological clock than men, must reach the peak of their career before having children. This idea is reinforced when Sophie explains, and I quote, "You know, I'll come back and I'll be the same." And her boss responds, "Yeah, that's what they say every time they do it. And then after, but anyway," end of the quote. And when upon hearing of her second pregnancy, her new boss retorts, and I quote, "Given your new family responsibilities, we thought it'd be best to put you on less time-consuming cases first." End of the quote. Sophie is not fooled by this, since she understands that they are taking away the most interesting cases from her. These lines underline the incompatibility between the desire for professional success, which is intimately linked to self-fulfillment, and the reactions of society when a woman follows her biological clock. The woman must then unjustly follow the rhythm of the man, however fundamentally different. Far from being an issue specific to the professional world, the difficulty for women to fulfill themselves can also be found in the private sphere. Indeed, the private sphere is most often associated with women, and it is therefore obvious that it is in the feminine figure that tension between social pressures, self-fulfillment, and reality would be transcribed the most. Many women, pushed by the constant exposure to female perfection on billboards, TV, magazines, and more recently on social media, feel that they must attain a level of perfection, or at least to show a level of perfection that may not be doable, necessary, or just real. Social media has played a crucial role in invading the private sphere, as it exposes a very large amount of women of the world, of the world population, to certain ideals presented by normal people, removing the invisible barrier between what was perceived as fantasy and reality. In Raphaël Giordano's book, Ta deuxième vie commence quand tu comprends que tu n'en as qu'une, and that means your second life starts when you understand that you only have one, the protagonist, Camille, meets a man, Claude, after having a car accident. He pushes her to confide in him and make a list of all the things that prevent her from being happy. This list is significant because it is mostly made up of elements that have to do with the perception that one can have of her. Thus, she says, and I quote, "I don't want to be too nice anymore. I don't want to over-adjust myself to please other people. I don't want to be 4 pounds overweight. I don't want to neglect my image anymore." By admitting that these elements represent a hindrance to her personal growth, the protagonist highlights the socially imposed pressure that she should reflect a perfect image of herself in order to be fulfilled. Furthermore, the other items on Camille's list have to do with the domestic and family sphere, as she says, and I quote, "I don't want my son and I to fight all the time anymore. I don't want to let my married life go down the drain. I don't want to make my important decisions depend on my mother's opinion anymore." End of the quote. By unconsciously emphasizing relationships with others, as well as the image of the protagonist, Giordano underscores the importance that the domestic sphere continues to occupy in a woman's life, as well as the pressures that women face in order to reach a certain level of self-fulfillment. The same is true in Caroline Boudet's feel-good novel, as Sophie decides to leave without warning for just a few hours to escape a daily life dictated by mental stress. In this novel, which alternates the point of view of the different characters, the protagonist always defines herself in relations to others, whether it is through her role as a mother, colleague, neighbor, or friend. And it is by fleeing and isolating herself that Sophie seeks to redefine herself as a woman, as an individual, without going through the medium of the other. The plot of the story revolves around Sophie's quest for identity. The feel-good novel is therefore of great interest. Its quality as a popular novel featuring realistic everyday situations gives an accurate picture of the daily life of the French middle-class women. Moreover, these novels considered as feminine mostly feature fictional yet realistic women, thus giving a voice to a whole minority often silenced. The fact that the readership is also mainly female and middle class gives a sense of community and make it easier for women to speak out about the difficulties they experience on a daily basis in a society made by and for men. The feel-good novel remains, however, double-edged. Indeed, the advices given in these novels allow to better navigate in the current society without questioning the dysfunctions they put forward. This is the case, for example, of the typical silhouette of the ideal woman. Although in 2020, the average size of the French woman was size 40, which is a size 12 in England, the ideal of the skinny woman seen in fashion magazines tend to exacerbate certain unfounded female complexes. In fact, a little over 80% of French women were a size 12 or above. In Giorgio's novel, Camille wishes to lose 4 kilos or too much. And Claude encourages her to lose what she calls her excess fat, Rex suggesting a slimming method. They never really question the link between Camille's identity, self-confidence, and weight, but both characters try to conform to an almost utopian societal expectation, perceived as the only path to self-esteem and success. Her appearance takes precedence over who she is. And there is a sort of valorization of the image reflected to others, as well as reinforcement of these behaviors internalized by society, behaviors that are nevertheless harmful to the development of both women and men. Similarly, in Cusac's novel, Le premier jour de ma nouvelle vie, the first day of my new life, the protagonist, Fanny, who is a disillusioned 30-something mother, wife, and employee, has fully internalized the idea that skinny women represent, leading her to assert, and I quote, "I feel like I'll be 1,000 times better off when I lose these rings of fat that surround my waist like the Michelin man." End of the quote. This alienation is all the more important as Fanny associates her physical change with a mental improvement. I have already lost 4 kilos, so I'm on track. And indeed, I feel more confident already, better in my skin. It is therefore society and the gaze of others that prevails in Fanny's awareness of herself and her abilities. This correlation between the physical and the mental is furthermore underlined and validated by the male gaze through her boss, Lamini, who acts as an authority figure. Thus, Fanny gets a promotion because she has asserted herself. As Lamini explains to her, and I quote, "I can see that since September you have changed, Fanny. Until then, you were a little fragile. And I would say, I didn't see you as capable of leading other people, but I don't know why. I find you more confident, more direct, and I like that." End of the quote. However, this change seems to have occurred in conjunction with Fanny's weight loss. Thus, her boss adds, and I quote, "Besides, you have lost weight, am I right? It suits you. A prettier saleswoman has a better chance of convincing the customer." End of the quote. The link between Fanny's looks and her promotion is established by the very structure of the paragraph. Family's plus, what she has beyond what she has more than everybody else, beyond her abilities and the good results she establishes based on concrete numbers, turns out to be her growing fit with ideal beauty standards. Fanny is worth less by her skills and personality than by her new label of pretty salesperson. Fanny hardly seems to question the legitimacy of such a comment, while she explains that, and I quote, she imagines that in her boss's mouth, what he just said was a compliment. That's the end of the quote. This idea is quickly pushed aside in favor of the emotions that overwhelm her at the announcement of her promotion. And she says she feels flattered. It is also important to note that the theme of weight loss is a recurring theme among women in feel-good novels. However, the focus is on an abstract number of pounds to be lost or shed rather than on health issues. In other words, it is not a personal desire to get back into shape and that drives them, but rather the gaze of others and their expectations. Moreover, there's never any questions of strength or agility that would make it easier to move and maintain one's health. Their self-esteem is based on the image they project to others. Thus, if the question of the ideal size appears problematic, it is because it reveals and denounces the obsession of the society toward an ideal image of women, while adhering to the same image and perpetuating it. The strength of feel-good novels lies in the representation, sometimes crude, that this new genre makes of the French society, and in its capacity to offer a moment of escape to the reader at a time when gloom is everywhere. Thanks to this representation of society, the feel-good novel has the potential to help change mentalities, thanks to an awareness allowing the opening of a discussion about the lack of personal fulfillment that we seem to suffer from. However, even if they help identify some of the internalized social pressures that women face, feel-good novels do not propose an immediate resolution. They only provide temporary solutions to navigate a society that seems to have lost its direction, its meaning, but fail to provide viable long-term solutions. Sometimes they even contribute to perpetuate the dysfunctions they denounce. It is thus thanks to this attempt to expose the contemporary French woman, her place in society, as well as the difficulties mostly internalized, that the feel-good novel becomes a feminist tool. By exposing these inequalities and dysfunctions, the collective awareness allows the creation of the positive community around which women can finally find their voice. Moreover, those who thought they were not up to their role as a wife or a mother have the possibility to read testimonies of others in the same case. And by presenting the challenges and issues that women face on a daily basis, both at work and at home, through novels that promise the reader that they will relax and escape their personal lives by a few hours, by introducing them to mostly strong female characters who are able to turn their very similar lives around and reach a level of fulfillment readers would dream of, and by playing on the reader's emotion to actively involve the reader in the story. These feel-good novels open the door to a real reflection around social pressures, obstacles faced in the public and work spheres, along with one lifelong goals and one's values. This realization could turn into a real discussion in order to help make the society actually equal for both men and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecile. Thank you. Very good presentation. We're going to move straight to Rebecca, if it's okay, so that she can have 20 minutes as well. So Dr. Rebecca Walker is Associate Lecturer in Italian at the University of St. Andrews, where she obtained also her PhD. With a thesis on Sapienza and Ferrante. She continues to carry out research in the field of modern and contemporary women's writing across languages. And today she will present a paper titled Feeling Bad, the Feminist Potential of Negative Affect in Elena Ferrante. The floor is yours, Rebecca.
Thank you. In the chat, I have put a PDF. First of all, can you hear me? Because I was having microphone issues before. Great. In the chat, I've put a PDF which has the quotations that I'll refer to today. So if you want to look at that, feel free to. Okay, and I'll just get started. So in the many conversations I've had with other enthusiastic readers of Elena Ferrante, A common thread has always emerged. How is it that she manages to put into words exactly what I feel or have felt? How does she capture what it feels like to be a woman? In her best-selling novels, women are seen to be affected by negative states of being on a frequent basis, including shame, trauma, unhappiness, depression, physical and emotional pain, rage, volatility, and anxiety. Throughout her literary production from the 1990s onwards, negative affect or bad feelings are a powerful force, drawing her female protagonists and those around them to speak and act in ways which expose the ambivalence of emotional life in a world dominated by cycles of mental, physical, and verbal violence. In this paper, I will reflect a bit upon the feminist potential of the ubiquity of negative affect in Elena Ferrante's novels and in some of her essays, and I'll be referring to Anne Goldstein's translations of all of these texts, because of course, one of the most interesting things about Ferrante is what she's kind of done for translation. In an essay entitled Odious Women, Ferrante writes that, quote, I know that there is no woman who does not make an enormous, exasperating effort to get to the end of the day. Poor or affluent, married or single, working or unemployed, with children or without, rebellious or obedient, we are all deeply marked by a way of being in the world that even when we claim it as ours, is poisoned at the root by millennia of male domination. Her novels begin with a trigger for negative feelings in the female narrator, the death of a mother, abandonment by a sexual partner, adjustment to the departure of grown-up children, the disappearance of a beloved friend, and the sudden loss of paternal approval and affection. All the narrators, regardless of differences in social background, are affected by a pervasive lovelessness that, as Bell Hooks points out, is not purely a function of poverty or material lack. This lovelessness sends them into spirals of shame, sadness, and self-loathing. The protagonists also share a fear of excess, emotional or otherwise, which is associated with a patriarchal dictate. The tout of a woman, Ferrante writes, produces violent male reactions, and in addition, the enmity of other women, who every day are obliged to fight among themselves for crumbs left by men. The tout of men produces general admiration and positions of power. Indeed, as Sara Ahmed reminds us in her work on the cultural politics of emotion, the relationship between women and emotional excess or overspill is enshrined in the canon of Western philosophy. She writes, feminists who speak out against established truths are often constructed as emotional, as failing the very standards of reason and impartiality that are assumed to form the basis of good judgment. Such a designation of feminism as hostile and emotional, whereby feminism becomes an extension of the already pathological emotionality of femininity, exercises a hierarchy between thought and emotion. Elena Ferrante's work helps to deconstruct the association between emotionality and irrationality by showing how emotionality, and particularly pain and suffering, are vehicles for self-reflection and for a renewed mode of approaching the world, which confronts and acknowledges the pressures of life that we are sometimes, quote, not able to bear. In The Days of Abandonment, Ferrante's second novel, the narrator Olga is confronted with her husband's infidelity and his decision to leave her for a younger woman. Olga has spent her life curating an identity which is perfectly contained, corporeally and psychologically. The distress of abandonment causes her identity to unravel and her life to fall into disarray, transgressing all neat boundaries, including, especially, those governing emotional self-regulation. Olga develops an obsessive need to, quote, take charge of myself, to free herself from the spectre of a woman who is known as poverella, an abandoned wife whose story she remembers from her Neapolitan youth, and who is characterized by, quote, desperate sobbing, which makes her the subject of the pity of others and which eats away at her, resulting in physical and mental diminishment. Responding to her own husband's betrayal, Olga tells herself, don't act like the poverella, don't be consumed by tears. As Olga discovers, however, negative emotions are both inevitable and not a death sentence. Indeed, It is precisely by embracing and negotiating fear, sadness, rage, shame, and hatred that she can tell her ex-husband at the novel's close that, quote, "I'm not upset anymore," and assume authority over the narrative of her life. This renewed orientation to negative states of being is illustrated in two revealing conversations in the final pages of the text. These are both on the handout. Firstly, this exchange between Olga and her husband, well, ex-husband at this point, Mario, where he asks, "Is it true that you don't love me anymore?" "Yes." "Why? Because I lied to you, because I left you, because I humiliated you?" "No, just when I felt deceived, abandoned, humiliated, I loved you very much. I wanted you more than any other moment in our life together. And then, I don't love you anymore because to justify yourself, you said that you had fallen into a void, an absence of sense, and it wasn't true." Secondly, this exchange between Olga and her new partner, Karano. "I had an excessive reaction that pierced the surface of things." This is Olga speaking. "And then I fell. And where did you end up? Nowhere. There was no depth, there was no precipice, there was nothing." A contrast is drawn here between Mario, who lied about losing control of himself and falling into a pit of despair in order to justify his actions, and Olga, who really fell into such a pit and realized that at the bottom there was no moral lesson to be learned, simply a more expansive vision of herself and her life. Negative emotion, as Olga traverses it, is shown to be a necessary part of the self, which does not necessarily annihilate that same self. Life is also, but not only, suffering, Ferrante suggests. We are also, but not only, our pain. With this new way of seeing herself and the world, Olga allows the presence of Karano in her life to, quote, "invent a feeling of fullness and joy," end quote, which remains a pretense and which is rooted in a key decision which Olga takes about what it means to be emotionally at peace. Quote, "I pretended to believe him." In doing so, Olga affirms that the text of her own abandonment need not be the same as that which she read in the famous novels of her youth, but can in fact be a story with a different, though not necessarily happy, ending. Olga discovers that, quote, "Existence is this, I thought, a start of joy, a stab of pain, an intense pleasure, veins that pulse under the skin. There is no other truth to tell." In other words, as Sarah Ahmed puts it, the truths of this world are dependent on emotions, on how they move subjects and stick them together. To monitor emotions, then, is essential in Ferrante's work, because surveillance, for her, rather than a masculine disciplinary activity, becomes a feminine, affective, and salvific activity. What Ferrante calls an emotional tendency of the whole body, an expansion and an inflorescence on and around it. In Ferrante, the truth of emotion communicated to readers is a properly feminist truth, in that it makes room for the expression of experiences which are shattering and for the exposure of the individual and societal causes of fragmented identity. This is encapsulated in the concept of the frantumalia, a neologism which Ferrante employs to describe, quote, "the jumble of fragments inside," end quote, which she sees as the inner state of women under patriarchy. Frantumalia sees female negativity and instability like that of Olga, not as innate, but as a product of circumstantially specific contradictory sensations, which are a response to grief, abandonment, and other forms of pain or restriction. In this way, Elena Ferrante, as Emanuela Caffè and Katrin Velling-Giorgi have commented, depathologizes the too much or the excessive reactions of women, since theirs is revealed to be what Ferrante terms, quote, "a condition that makes it easy to become odious to ourselves and to others." All women in her novels feel bad, because to feel bad in this literary context is to feel the weight of patriarchy. Negative states of being are thus not non-conforming elements of the self to be excised, but constitutive elements of that same self, as Olga discovers, as well as ethical and political imperatives. Bad feelings point to bad things, to that which is wrong, in a phenomenology of negativity which describes the relationship between a fragmented body or mind and a cruel world. The Neapolitan novels, Ferrante's most famous and well-loved works, are fueled by a cocktail of love and hate, joy and jealousy, which binds together the central characters Elena and Lila. Importantly, this emotional turmoil is shown to be socially mediated, as Tiziana de Rogatis has argued, and is a reflection of the broader culture of violence in which the girls grow up, where there is, as Lila comments, quote, a poverty that makes us all cruel. Here, the badness or the bad feelings of women are partly structural and are seen as an effect of the requirement to be subservient to violent men, to be joyful mothers whilst sacrificing their own ambition, and to be silent in the face of injustices. Elena and Lila, like Olga, are sad and angry daughters. They lack maternal joy when their own experience of motherhood comes, and can be erratic, inconstant, and cruel to themselves and one another. Lila confesses that at the root of the meanness and intractability of which other characters regularly accuse her are traumatic experiences. She says, good feelings are fragile. With me, love doesn't last. Love for a man doesn't last, not even love for a child. It gets a hole in it. You look in the hole and you see the nebula of good intentions mixed up with the nebula of bad. Lila, who is often vengeful and spiteful, understands that in the world she and Elena live in, good feelings often are bad feelings in disguise, or become them very quickly. Loving courses together with hate, she says, and I can't manage to solidify myself around any goodwill. How we feel, Ferrante posits, is socially conditioned. Our bad feelings can be a reflection of the badness which surrounds us. Though the two women are racked by fear and loathing and do emotional violence to one another throughout the 4 volumes, their author avoids didactic moral conclusions about their behavior. Elena, the narrator, ultimately concludes that their greatest resource is the loyalty that comes from shared experiences of oppression. She says, I remembered the thousands of odious things we had been through, and I let the solidarity regain force. What a waste it would be, I said to myself, to ruin our story by leaving too much space for ill feelings. Ill feelings are inevitable, but the essential thing is to keep them in check. After Elena and Lila, in Ferrante's latest novel, The Lying Life of Adults, bad feelings reach their apex. The teenage protagonist, Giovanna, is electrified by the power of negative emotion, developing a desire to feel, quote, heroically vile, which is also a symbol of her rejection of the cultivated and emotionally suppressed world of her middle-class parents. Giovanna, who is accused of being ugly like her Aunt Vittoria, a woman whom she has never seen, encounters upon that woman's face when they do eventually meet an unmasked blend of remorse, aversion, rage, and melancholy, which she finds blindingly beautiful because it appears as both grim and honest. Inspired by this, quote, aunt witch, Giovanna latches onto the subversive power of the bad, the ugly, and the false, eschewing all that is good, beautiful, and true as mere surface impressions beneath which lurk deception and decay. She does so in order to make her own way in the world and expose and critique the lying lives of others, hence the title. Here, negative emotion is the driving force of a feminist reclamation of self, which refuses a requirement for women to be pliant and pleasing, and more broadly, exposes the artifice inherent in adult self-presentation. For Ferrante, the character of Giovanna also responds to a literary constraint, namely the warnings that she received from those who told her that, quote, the protagonist of a story should be nice, shouldn't have terrible feelings, shouldn't do unpleasant things. Writing about shame, Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick argues that the negative aspects of personality are, quote, not distinctly toxic parts of a group or individual identity that can be excised. They are instead integral to and residual in the processes by which identity itself is formed. They are available for the work of metamorphosis, reframing, refiguration, transfiguration, affective and symbolic loading, and deformation. In all of Ferrante's work, negative emotional experiences are available for the feminist work in the sense in which Sedgwick intends it. They are weaponized by the female narrators as a response to patriarchal culture and are shown as fundamental to a self which is partly constituted by suffering. Ferrante's are confessional and exculpatory narratives, which illustrate their author's belief that the good and the bad in human nature are only thinly divided, and suggest that expressing our worst, most undignified or most vulnerable emotions is essential to authentic and honest self-representation. I write with greater dedication, Ferrante claims, when I insist on expressing everything that, out of habit, to keep the peace, we tend to be silent about. What is not suitable to say should, within the limits of the possible, be said. As readers, our own feelings are not spared by this kind of narrative, but we are rather drawn by empathetic identification with protagonists who experience the full spectrum of human emotion into our own processes of metamorphosis, framing, refiguration, transfiguration, and so forth. We are led to confess to ourselves and to others that we too have felt this way, which has been the substance of so many of my conversations about Ferrante with other women in particular. And to reflect upon those experiences or interactions which have produced negativity in our lives and in the lives of those whom we know. For Ferrante, to run the risk of discomforting readers in this way is cast as an explicit duty. She says, I still think that those who are more or less arbitrarily given the job of telling stories shouldn't be concerned about the serenity of individual readers. They should construct fictions that help to seek the truth of the human condition. The gamble appears to have paid off. Readers across languages have responded en masse to the vision of female subjectivity and the broader human condition presented in Elena Ferrante's work. And perhaps this is partly because Ferrante toys both with the formal pleasures of reading, with genre and style, and excites the potential unpleasure of self-recognition. Lastly, though Ferrante's texts abound with negativity, hers is not a glorification of negative states of being, but rather a restatement of their existence and a validation of their claim to expression and outworking. I'm afraid of excesses, she says, mine and others. I would like it if, on the entire planet, there were no longer any reason to shout, especially with pain. At the same time, she confesses, I have learned that bad feelings are inevitable. If we want to be honest with ourselves and others, we have to confess them. It's a matter of discipline. Because, quote, we protect the truth principally by telling the truth about ourselves. On the subject of feminist confession, Ferrante critic Elda Bonanno writes, the confession has shifted from religious and spiritual journey of redemption to a modern form of self-analysis, which explores the intimate, emotional, and subjective aspects of the self. In this modern form, the confession is the representation of the desire to express oneself freely, shedding fear and constraints previously experienced at the hands of a judgmental society. Even when it narrates unusual episodes or unique lives, she continues, the feminist confession seems to pay particular attention to the ordinary events experienced by women, bearing no specific intent of claiming any universal significance or exemplarity, end quote. This form of confession implies two things, that bad feelings exist and that they merit expression. But where confession ordinarily implies some guilt, Ferrante shows the confession of bad feelings not only as an expression of culpability, but as an unmasking of what she takes to be the effects of patriarchy on women's lives and relationships. In Ferrante's call for a feminine literary genealogy, which Serena was telling us about earlier, within which women writers can inscribe themselves, she states that, quote, the battle with the raw material of our experience as women requires authority above all. In her texts, part of this new authority is the refusal of a divorce between reason and emotion, and an acknowledgement of the centrality of affect, of bad feelings and good feelings to the formation of identity and the narration of lived experience. It is a re-evaluation of the negative self as a positive source of self-knowledge and self-determination, whilst not losing sight of the social and cultural causes of negativity. Such an approach is for Ferrante's protagonists, as it can be for her global readership, not only salutary, but salvific, and it is a contemporary iteration of a well-worn historical precedent. From St. Augustine of Hippo onwards, Ferrante writes, speaking with fierce candor, not to others, but to ourselves, sometimes absolutely saves us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you to both of you for these presentations. I would like to open the floor straight away for questions, as we only have 15 minutes. Anybody wants to go? Okay, then I will start. Actually, what I will do is reading Sandra's first question, and then I have some questions as well. So the first question is for Cécile. Do any of the authors you're working on identify themselves as feminist, and does this identification or lack of thereof impact their reception? This is Sandra's question.
So I think some of them do. They're not very forward about it. Most of the time they try to defend what they do because they get attacked a lot, especially on TV interviews, because it is popular literature and some of it sounds a little cheesy. So half of the time they're trying to, say that they are entertaining people and that what they do is serious. There are a lot of feminist elements in them. I'm not sure that they call themselves feminists though, especially because it is still kind of a bad word nowadays. It is changing, but they already have bad press. So it would be, I plan on contacting some of them for my dissertation, and I'm really hoping to ask that question.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, but because it is hard. So if they answer to me, I will definitely get back to you and let you know.
Thank you. That's a very good point. I also wanted to ask you, because you say that obviously this phenomenon of these feel-good novels is quite recent, is quite new. But we've been, I think, we've had movies, for example, films, right? With the same sort of effect, right? Products that wanted to give us this feel-good sensation. Do you think that, weirdly enough, right, we go from the books to the movies normally. Do you think that the fact that we already had feel-good movies has influenced also this kind of market? Or, it's some kind of a publishing house's choice to maybe approach a wider public and then sell more?
So actually a lot of movies they come from books. It's just some people just don't know about it. But if you take, for example, The Devil Wears Prada, that was a book. The Confessions of a Shopaholic, that was also a book. So a lot of films come from the books. So some of the publication houses, I think they realized that was a trend, and actually the way it was published at first was different than what's been done so far. A lot of the authors of feel-good novels were self-published, usually on Amazon, and because they hit a lot of reads, publication houses, they go and contact them, and then they make, they sign a contract with them. So I think that's pretty interesting that this is the way it's been done lately. So what was the rest of your question? I'm sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, no, you answered perfectly to this curiosity that I had. Thank you very much, Cécile. I have also a question for Rebecca. It's more of a curiosity, actually, because obviously you've done PhD research on this, and now you continue to work on this. And I guess that your main language is English, but also you have you are an associate professor in Italian, which means that you obviously work in both languages. And I was just wondering if you mentioned the fact that when you speak to women, they have this feeling of feeling very close to these novels, actually to the characters of these novels. And I was actually wondering if there's any cultural difference if you speak to British women or Italian women or other nationalities in general, because obviously I felt not necessarily close in the sense that I feel like I'm similar to one of the characters, but I was born and grew up in Naples. So I found both Lila and Elena to be very close, actually in between my grandmothers and my mother in a way. I felt like there was this closeness, culturally speaking, or in the way that they express their thoughts even and how they speak. So I was just wondering if there's any sort of difference between maybe closeness in sense of, yes, women in general, but if there are any differences culturally. Thank you, and I will shut up.
Yes, basically, yes, absolutely. I think, yes, it's interesting. So I have spoken to both Italian women who have enjoyed Ferrante's novels and English-speaking women who've enjoyed Ferrante's novels. And I think that obviously one holds a different perspective coming from the Italian context and specifically coming from Naples. I got interested in the books after living in Naples. So it was after a kind of personal experience of Naples that I found Ferrante and got really interested in her. But I think, as Serena was emphasizing earlier, and as Adalgisa said, actually, because the historical context and because kind of space and place in Ferrante are at once very present, she has a kind of very almost visceral poetics of place, but at the same time, there is a kind of absence of place. And if you look particularly at the television adaptation of L'Amica Geniale, the way that they've rendered the Rione is this kind of, almost this kind of faceless facade, a space that could really be many different places. I think that is part of the global resonance of Ferrante, this global appeal. And so then beyond the specific kind of context of Italy, what resonates, I think, are the emotional experiences that come through, which appear as more universal, I would say.
Thank you. Actually, a curiosity, I've asked about where the cinematographical Rione is has been built up, and apparently Rai is trying to push for tours for obviously people that want to live the experience and try to understand, but HBO is still against the idea. So hopefully by the end of the series, we'll actually be able to visit it. But I've seen a couple of Rioni, which are similar, obviously, to the one that they depict in the series. So yeah, thank you very much. Anybody else that would like to ask questions to Cecile or to Rebecca? Adalgisa.
My question is initially for Rebecca, but it might have repercussions on also Cecile's paper. Rebecca, I'm interested in the definition of or in the concept of confession that you quoted, and I wonder whether that makes a difference to the way Ferrante makes, the cycle of four novels end in terms of Elena and how she feels in the end, because there is a lot of ambiguity about her feelings in relation to Lila, and also in terms of how we can interpret the ending of the novel. And in relation to Cecilia, the endings of her, the books of her writer, I just wonder whether, what kind of alternative does a writer have to bring to closure novels which want to, in a way, either not to create a sense of loss and failure of their characters in the end, something that I find is quite strong at the end of the quadrilogy, as if the characters have not actually achieved what they could have, or their own sense of not having achieved what they have, and they don't sound happy because they're obviously probably that happiness cannot happen in that environment. And on the other hand, the feel-good novels that give simplistic happy endings. How can we handle that dichotomy, let's say?
Thank you. I think what is so interesting about the Neapolitan novels and the framework of the novels is that although it is a kind of confessional narrative, it's Elena saying this is what happened to Lila and I, it is also a constructed text. And we very much get the sense that any image of the other person whose life is being revealed to us is filtered through the way in which Elena Greco has chosen to narrate it. And throughout the text, it becomes clear that there are these two oppositional modes of narrating, which Ferrante also identifies with herself. She revealed in the new collection of essays. She said that there is this compliant writing and impetuous writing, and the compliant writing kind of respects frameworks and boundaries and has a structure and has an idea of what needs to be said and what wants to be said. And then the impetuous is that which breaks through the lines and that which kind of lacks structure and form. And I think one of the reasons why at the end of the Neapolitan novels we're left with such a strong sense of failure is that Elena never achieves truly the second kind of writing, this impetuous, true narrative. Whereas Lila, who is primarily a kind of verbal character because all of the literary artifacts that she creates are destroyed in some respect, does have this kind of immediate, spontaneous, formless speech, which is kind of directly confessional, as though it were more of a kind of unfiltered flow. And at the end of the novels, Elena says, all these pages are mine alone, which I think is one of the most revealing lines in the tetralogy. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question about, yeah.
Okay. So for the alternative ending of the feel-good novels, I think it is very important that they end up being, happy ending, because the main purpose is to entertain people. And it is to let them escape from their daily lives. And if they had sad endings or frustrating endings, I don't think people would read them as much. So I think it is important that they end that way. Some authors have chosen to kind of do an open ending. And I think about the Caroline Boudet's text, because at the end, so she's very upset because of all the mental load, and so she leaves and she takes a few days just for herself and reflects, and then she comes back and she tells her husband that things will have to change, and then she cannot keep taking care of everyone the way she does and thinking about everything, and that it is just not a life. And he promises that he will change, and you see him at the end going, but honey, do you know where my suit is? Meaning that, so you could interpret it two ways. One, she's going to stay and it's just going to be her life no matter what. Two, she decides to leave. And it is kind of funny because I thought that she would, I thought that was kind of a frustrating ending. And my thesis director actually read the book too, and we talked about it, and she understood it a different way. So I think these endings are fascinating. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I was actually thinking that how many times we, especially with book clubs, you have something completely different, a feeling that is completely different from another reader, right? So that's the beauty of it, I think, much more than the movies. So we have probably a minute left. Any final questions?
I actually have a question for Cecile, if that's okay.
Of course, Rebecca, go on.
So these novels are defined as feel-good novels, but it sounds like quite a lot of the experiences recounted in the novels are sort of feel-bad experiences. And I wondered what the tension is between the two in these books.
So it is true, they are feel-bad, but they're not necessarily seen as such because a lot of it is internalized. So for instance, they talk a lot about, children, having a career, making sure that the fridge is full, etc. And when I talk to people, I was talking to one of my friends a few days ago, actually, and she was saying that her husband helps her a lot with her kids. And I was like, what do you mean she helps you? He helps you. And she goes, yeah, he, helps. And I was, but the truth is, he's not helping. He's supposed to do that. They're his kids too. And I think that's what we see in those books. We see issues like this that are so present in everyday life that we don't recognize them as issues.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cecile. Apparently, it's very difficult for people to learn the verb co-parenting, but it's another thing. Just to conclude, because obviously I was thinking about what Rebecca said in your previous answer. Have you ever thought about the story of L'amica geniale being told by Lila instead?
Be a very different story, I suspect. That's a very interesting question. Yeah. I mean, Ferrante does say in various places that she considered at various points, including extracts of Lila's writing, but decided against that in the end, because she felt that it would have been dishonest in a sense, because she feels that kind of even she often cannot reproduce this ideal of impetuous writing. I don't know, but I mean, Lila resists publication and resists the idea of the story anyway, because one of her great lines in the fourth book to Elena, which is very destabilizing, is, where is it written that life should have meaning? So she's constantly overturning this idea that Elena has, that there has to be some narrative, there has to be some way of making sense of their upbringing, of the violence, of what has happened to them. And then Lila, because of smarginatura, I won't go into that now, but because of Lila's kind of way of seeing and being in the world and understanding the world as something which is disintegrating, she is inherently opposed to the idea of a linear narrative. So it would be very difficult for Lila to tell a story of her life in the sense that we might traditionally expect it, I expect.
Yeah. Thank you. You just made me think about it actually from one of the thoughts that you said earlier. Thank you very much. We're going to conclude here. I would like to thank everybody here today, and especially obviously the panelists, Rebecca and Cecile. Please join me in thanking them. And I will leave now the floor to, I think, Adalgisa and Rebecca for the concluding remarks of today. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It looks as if Rebecca is here. Hello, everybody. It looks as if Rebecca is here, so she must be ready to start. So Rebecca, feel free to stop when you want. Don't have to use all the time that we put there available. So we can, if there is any time left and people are agreeable, we can use the time for everybody to chip in and say things they might have wanted to say, or in reaction to what Rebecca says, or anything that has happened during the day. Okay, so over to you, Rebecca, when you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is give a sort of summary of the notes that I've been taking over the day, some of the interesting topics that have arisen, and then we've had quite a few kind of nice key questions that have come up. So I'll raise them again at the end, and then if anyone wants to jump in on them, please do. So I won't speak for too long. In the very beginning, when Adalgisa and Sandra were introducing the day that we've had, and we've had such a rich exchange and a great variety of presentations, they said that there were kind of two questions that they were looking at, one of which was, can reading for pleasure change the life of a reader? And can reading for pleasure have some kind of political impact? And I think that both of those, the answer is probably yes, having given the interventions that we've had today. So in the first set of papers, panel 1 was about popular historical fiction. And we discovered that there is a relationship between writing and the historical past, and that it's a complex relationship, but that often historical narratives by women seek to do basically recuperative work. So to go back through the historical annals and to either revive the stories of people who have been forgotten, to fill in gaps, or to fictionalize gaps where there is kind of nothing there. And by reading novels of this nature, we start to understand that historical knowledge is brittle. And we recognize that there is a reality to historical, kind of institutionalized historical narratives, but that there is also so much that doesn't fit into those, and it's the kind of the job of feminist scholarship to plug the gaps. So we also learned about the role of storytelling in establishing and legitimating historical knowledge. And this is something that we heard primarily about Anglophone texts in this panel, but this is something that's very key in an Italian context as well. I'm thinking about Elsa Morante and her famous novel, which is simply titled History, very revealingly. And we learned that storytelling is key to a kind of expansion of historical knowledge. What happens, therefore, is that there might be a creation of discomfort or unease. And if that is created, then that is kind of the ground where change happens, or where people's mindsets are altered. And so there is, therefore, an ethical and a feminist purpose for certain specific kinds of historical fiction. We also talked quite a lot today about the return to myth and the return to history in general from a female perspective, and what that means, and what that means for readers and for writers. And principally, what this can allow for, we said, is a reflection on how historical novels are often, in fact, speaking to us today. And that is part of the work that they do, is that they exist on a kind of double temporal plane in that way. And so they teach us, for instance, that witch hunts are not a relic of the past, somebody said. They simply take kind of different and more insidious forms. We looked also specifically at the idea of her story, so a kind of term for these new histories which challenge official patriarchal notions of history and which enshrine female traumatic experience in historical narrative. And we looked at how these narratives often give to women a passage from passivity to activity. So they place women in a space of agency within the historical narrative, and therefore give readers, in particular female readers, the opportunity to engage emotionally with the past. We talked also today about trauma. This came up in several panels, but it came up in the panel on historical fiction, and the ways in which trauma interacts in a slightly complex and interesting way with the idea of reading for pleasure. So when we read novels which are about other people's pain and suffering, how does that interact with an idea of something that we do, which is supposed to be a recreational activity? And that's a question we might want to reflect on a bit further, either now or also tomorrow. Yes, so the key question there is kind of, Adalgisa raised this earlier, what is pleasure? What is the nature of the pleasure of reading, and how does it interact with narratives of trauma? And we then had, I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly who said this, but we then had a very interesting distinction drawn where somebody said that connection is the source of pleasure and that trauma leads to protection. So this kind of enclosed experience, whereas connection is a kind of reaching out towards something else. And we talked about how we might see literature in some respects as a safe space for reflecting on unpleasant experience and emotion. And I covered that a little bit in my presentation. So in the second panel, we talked about the past, the kind of history of women and the popular novel in a Portuguese context, or a Portuguese speaking context, in which, interestingly, popularity is not seen as something that a woman writer could aspire to, which is intriguing because often now when we think about the way in which women's writing is received or the kinds of reviews that it receives, particularly the reception of Ferrante in Italy, for instance, the only thing Ferrante is allowed to be is a popular writer. And the idea that she could be something else is precluded by the fact of her being a woman writer, by the fact of her writing about women's lives, by the fact of her writing about emotions in particular, and also the kind of self-conscious way in which Ferrante has played with the low brow, with the kind of romantic novel, if you look at the covers of the Neapolitan novels, for instance. So there was an idea received that women writers were considered to be eccentric because they're neglecting a social role, which is not supposed to be outward facing and not supposed to be cultural or literary, but in fact, primarily domestic. And then we heard the kind of interesting way in which this particular author used her narrative to advise other women not to commit adultery, not for the reasons that one might think, but so not for the kind of more conservative reasons that appear in other narratives, but because it's a sort of road to misfortune, basically, that doesn't provide an escape route from a dysfunctional marriage. Instead, what we saw provides a sort of escape route is reading and writing, which are posited as the key to women's happiness in a century where the odds are stacked against them. And this is something, again, that Ferrante picks up on very heavily, what reading and writing mean for women. So turning to the keynote lecture, we heard about the Ferrante effect and the way in which this has been having an impact on other narratives by women coming out of the Italian national context, but not only. We talked about the ways in which what we read can shape our identities. So the way in which we relate to a literary text can bring us, in some senses, to our politics, to our sense of the world. And this in particular interacts in Ferrante with the way that she treats literary feminism. So the way that she presents in a fictional context the theoretical texts and the personal experiences related to feminism, which have been part of her life. And Serena told us that Ferrante's stories inspire pleasure in the reader because they break taboos. So this is the kind of Me Too effect that Tiziana De Rogatis has also talked about, and that they satisfy what she called a reality hunger. And I think that partly relates to the question of emotions that I raised and the idea that people identify with this, or they feel that there is something real there that they understand, and that people desire to read about that. She also disrupts the highbrow, lowbrow opposition, and this is something which is starting to appear in other narratives coming out since Ferrante, and again plays with these key tropes, so things like the Bildungsroman, the reelaboration of classical mythology from a feminist perspective, and the hybridization of genre in particular. Ferrante's books have also allowed for a link between, a kind of nuanced link between the local and the national, and for people to read in a double respect, so to read for pleasure, but also to read with a desire to learn about other lives, other experiences, other places. And so when we read these things, our mechanisms of identification are triggered. And Ferrante's literature becomes, therefore, a literature that speaks to and about women, but not only to women. And Ferrante's male readership is another interesting category. But at the same time, Serena brought us back to the idea that critical silence makes it difficult for women to aspire both to being critically acclaimed and having an expansive readership. So this is overlapping with the previous panel a little bit, this idea that you can't have both. And why is that? And the new narratives coming out of Italy have a kind of trifold structure, I suppose, or trifold kind of thematic element, which is genealogy, so relying on the works of other women who've gone before, or kind of creating a feminine genealogy, transnationalism, so dissemination in other languages, and the question of the local and the global, and relationality, so the relationships between women, how those disseminate feminist ideas, feminist criticism, and feminist narrative. And lastly, in the panel that we've just had, we talked about readers' affects, so the ways that readers emotionally engage with texts, and we had a presentation on feeling good and feeling bad, and the different ways in which this open us up to literature and open us up either to kind of pure pleasure and distraction, or to self-reflection and new forms of self-knowledge. So with that said, I think some of the questions I'll just highlight again are: can reading for pleasure change the life of a reader? What is pleasure? What does it mean to read for pleasure? And how does that interact with the fact that many of the presentations today have covered very difficult experiences? And I think I will leave it at that. If anyone would like to contribute, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for bringing up so many interesting points and for this summary. We only have a few more minutes, and I think we have about 7 minutes before the end. And I know you're probably all tired, but please, do you want to add anything to what Rebecca said? With the understanding, obviously, that we still have a full day tomorrow to explore lots of these points. And it's just a bit disappointing that Rebecca cannot be with us tomorrow because she has a graduation. So that's why we asked her today, but it would have been lovely to have you there also, you know, to bring more into what you said. But please do tell me, you know, do come forward and add anything you might like to add. Anybody? Yes, Orsi.
Thank you. I don't know if Monica is still here.
Let's see.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask this after your paper, but I think it's even better now in the light of what has been said since then, especially the reception of female authors, or if there is any critical echo of them. Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, Monica, why do you think it is now that the author you were talking about is becoming popular again, or becoming rediscovered? So, and maybe a general question to everyone, what factors you think that determine that certain authors or certain topics are popular at a certain time?
Thank you for your question, first of all. Well, I think I would say I couldn't give a very sure answer to this, but I think in the Portuguese context, scholars are normally not very progressive, at least in Portuguese studies specifically. It's not very normal to be very progressive. And I think because of that, people just normally, scholars just stick to the canon and read canonic texts and create different interpretations of those texts. Also, when in Portugal, when researching something that no one has researched, there's a bit of skepticism, I feel, from the rest of the scholars and the academics, and therefore, to be prestigious, you normally study something that has already been studied, and come up with something very original about that. And I think that has just now begun to change. And Wanda Anastácio is one scholar that has contributed a lot to that by creating an anthology of women writing from the 15th century to the 18th century, and by creating a project that whose aim was to research documents, old documents, to come up with new authors for the 19th century, which was the century that was missing before the 20th, where things completely changed. And I think it's this has been the spark for the rest of the academic community to take a real interest in women writing in the 19th century. So I think it's mostly related to the fact that Portuguese academia is still very conservative in a way and not very progressive. But I think what was missing was exactly the spark. And I think Brazilian academia, on the other hand, very differently from Portuguese academia, was a major factor in making Portuguese female writers more known to the public, because they have a completely different interest, and the dynamics are different in Brazilian academia, and they are interested in new things, and not just, they don't have that very conservative perspective of what the canon is and what we should read or what is important or what has quality. So yeah, they brought new energy, I think, to this area. So yeah, that is that would be my hypothesis.
Great. And we have Serena now. Oh, Orshi, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Monica.
Okay, Serena, over to you.
Really, 30 seconds is just more to provoke at the end of this wonderful day. I think that women's writings are more and more popular because we're witnessing a complete collapse of everything else. So in times of crisis, publishers, first of all, then the market and readership turn to women as if they just came into the arena and they were, they hadn't been there so far. There is a scene in The Crown where young Queen Elizabeth is supposed to scold the members of her government, and she's told by her private teacher and professor, look, madam, they're British, male and upper class, and they need a good scolding from a nanny. So basically, we are facing, I think, several waves of upcoming waves of popularity of women's writing, precisely because women come in times of crisis. And now apparently everybody discovers that women are wonderful storytellers, and we're all turning towards their ways of shaping the world. And I think this came throughout the day very clearly, at least. This is my impression.
Excellent. Any more comments? How are we doing with time? It's 1 minute to 1:45. I was thinking of saying something in response, to answer the question by Emily about wanting to know what I thought about historical references and historical context, but she's not here, so we leave it. I could say something, but we leave it since she's not here. So if nobody else has anything to say, I think it's actually quite okay to stop now, because we had a long day, even though it is quite early now, but we started early. And tomorrow we started even earlier, because the first paper is at 7:45, isn't it? The first panel. 8:30, even earlier. And so we will stop here. And I just say that those of you who are speaking in the first panel, we're going to meet a quarter of an hour, 10 minutes before, to check your PowerPoints and any other technological problems, if there are any, or issues. I don't think anybody is here that is speaking so early, but you should know. Oh no, Marie-Lise is here. Marie-Lise is going to be the chair.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, I'm chairing, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we'll see you about 8:15, 8:20 tomorrow.
Good.
Okay, so thank you everybody for a wonderful day. I have really enjoyed it, and I hope, I'm sure tomorrow is going to be even better with all the knowledge we've accumulated today. Okay, goodbye then. Have a good evening.